Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751, Warm Up Before the Meeting, World's Fair, April 11th, 1855 at 7 am. When the warm sunlight entered the room through the light blue drapery, and the sentence extended to Augusta's face, Augusta, who was lying naked on the bed, slowly opened his sleepy eyes, and pushed his hand beside Jerome Bonaparte. But Jerome Bonaparte, who was sleeping beside Queen Augusta, had no intention of waking up at all. After being gently pushed twice by Augusta, his face showed a distressed expression, and then he used his hands. The hand gently pushed Augusta's arm away. After all, it is impossible for anyone to get up early the next day, after being busy until the middle of the night last night. In this world, I only hear about cows dying from exhaustion, but never about plowed fields. Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte hadn't woken up, Augusta had to put on his clothes first. After Augusta had completely changed into the clothes he had attended at the Century Fair, he came to Jerome Bonaparte again around point. This time Augusta directly grabbed the quilt covering Jerome Bonaparte with both hands, and then pulled it hard. The white velvet quilt fell to the ground, and Jerome Bonaparte, who had lost the quilt, woke up. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just woken up, looked at Augusta with a hazy expression on his face, and then slowly asked, "Augusta, what time is it now?" Augusta took Jerome Bonaparte out of the pocket watch in his pocket, glanced at the time, and replied, "Your Majesty, it is 7:40 now, and there is only 1 hour and 20 minutes left until the opening ceremony." What? Jerome Bonaparte woke up instantly when he heard the time, and then a carp jumped up and got up from the bed, and then hurriedly searched for his clothes to participate in the fair, complaining, "Why didn't you call me up earlier?" Queen Augusta curled her lips and replied to Jerome Bonaparte in a slightly sarcastic tone, "I would like to call someone up, but he doesn't want to get up. What can I do? You can't kick it with your feet." My fault. My fault. Jerome Bonaparte, who knew that he was wrong, apologized to Queen Augusta again and again, while asking about the location of Queen Augusta's coat. Queen Augusta glanced helplessly at Jerome Bonaparte. She slowly walked to the hanger not far from the head of Jerome Bonaparte's bed, and threw the love dress hanging on the hanger to Jerome Bonaparte. "Thank you." Jerome Bonaparte quickly put on Love's dress and left the bedroom with Queen Augusta's hand. The two people walking in the corridor quickly arrived at the restaurant under the guidance of their servants. After a brief breakfast, Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta stood in the hall of the Tuileries Palace at around 8:30. "Mocha, can we go now?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Mocha. "Your Majesty, all parties are ready and ready to go." Mocha respectfully responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay, go." Jerome Bonaparte immediately gave the order to go. Mocha led Jerome Bonaparte and my aunt to a splendid carriage and opened the door. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta entered the carriage in turn. When the door was completely closed, Jerome Bonaparte drew the curtains again, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was inside. "Go!" Mocha shouted, and the carriage started slowly. When the carriage to the gardens of the Tuileries Palace, the dragoons who were waiting drove in the gardens, under the command of their commander, Major Jerome Patterson, escorted Jerome Bonaparte in an orderly manner, back and forth, left and right, leaving no chance for anyone who attempted to assassinate. The carriage carried Jerome Bonaparte along the Seine River all the way west, and soon arrived at St. Cloud, a suburb of Paris, which is the Century Fair chosen by Jerome Bonaparte and full completed place. At 8:53, the carriage slowly stopped about 100 meters away from the magnificent palace, and in front of the carriage was a sea composed of people. "Your Majesty, here we are." The coachman sitting in the driver's seat shouted at Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier in the carriage. The door was slowly pushed open, and Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta slowly got out of the carriage. "Your Majesty is down. Your Majesty is down." The tourists in the back row shouted loudly after seeing Jerome Bonaparte, and the voice quickly spread from the back row to the front row. Tourists from all over the world standing outside the Palace of the Century Exposition looked back one after another, and they also wanted to witness the true face of Jerome Bonaparte. "Everyone, how are you?" Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand towards the tourists present. After seeing this gesture, the atmosphere group placed in the crowd quickly shouted, "Long live Bonaparte, long live the Empire." Driven by the atmosphere group, everyone began to shout the slogan, "Long live Bonaparte, long live the Empire." The sound resounded outside the Palace of the Century Exposition like an overwhelming sea, and penetrated the wall tiles of the palace, and entered the palace. Eugen Schneider, who was in the exhibition area, subconsciously approached Basilio, the head of the French exhibition area next to him, after hearing the shouts from the outside world, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Basilio, your majesty is coming down." "I heard it." Basilio nodded, and after subconsciously glanced at the exhibits, these were all things that North Industries Group could handle: aluminum products, purple dresses, Bordeaux wine, saxophones, converters, steel-making technology. Malky's breech gun will not participate in the exhibition. He believes that with these things, he should be able to win glory for the emperor. Later, he asked Eugene Schneider, "Mr. Schneider, you should be able to defeat the steam hammer in Krupp's hands now." Reincarnation. Paradise, Mr. Basilio, please rest assured. Schneider proudly responded to Basilio, "The steam hammer in the hands of Alfred Krupp is not comparable to the one in our hands, and our Schneider company. This exhibition is not only about steam hammers. This time I will definitely let the outside world know that Schneider is a better company than Krupp." "Mr. Schneider, I'm looking forward to it," Bahali replied to Eugene Schneider. On the other hand, amid the cheers of many tourists, Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta slowly passed through the real pedestrian passage composed of soldiers and policemen, and arrived at the right side of the main entrance of the Century Fair side, looking at the imperial officials and foreign messengers standing in a line under the stands. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta shook hands with them respectively. When shaking hands with Baron Horseman, Jerome Bonaparte patted Baron Horseman on the shoulder and said, "Thank you." Baron Horseman humbly replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "This is what I should do." After Jerome Bonaparte had shaken hands with everyone, he deliberately told Fouad and Cava that they would have to give a speech after a while. Both Fouad and Cava had expressions of surprise on their faces, but they both nodded in understanding. Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta came on stage in the spotlight. "I am honored to represent France at the opening ceremony of the Century Exposition. Although this exposition is organized by France, it is not only for France, it is an exposition for the whole world. The meaning of this exposition is to show the world, showing diversity." Jerome Bonaparte gushed about the meaning of the World's Fair, and then gradually led the conversation to why he made the decision to open it early. He told the tourists present that the reason why he opened the opening in advance was to let the world know the value of peace. Purely put gold on the face. After all, the war in Crimea has just dissipated, and the world is in need of peace. He hopes to use this Century Exposition to dispel the smoke that remains in Crimea. "I hope this war will be the last war in the whole of Europe. Let us join hands to defend peace. We should not fight like wild beasts under the brilliance of enlightenment and rationality." Reading www.urkanshu.com. We should follow the example of the United States of America and work hard to build a new Europa concept, and we should live in Europa as a community, not individuals. After the speech, Jerome Bonaparte bowed to everyone present as usual. Immediately, there was warm applause from the audience, and then Jerome Bonaparte led the topic to Fouad and Cava, and invited them to come forward and say a few words. So, Fouad and Cava delivered speeches at the opening of the Paris Exposition respectively. After the speeches of the two ended, Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Baron Horseman, who was under the stage. Baron Horseman ordered his men to open the door leading to the World Exposition. People poured into the Century Fair, while Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta left under the asterisk of soldiers. Jerome Bonaparte, who had had enough of the scenic spot in his previous life, was reluctant to visit in such a crowded environment. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting on the carriage, began to silently calculate the profit and loss of the Century Exposition. After careful calculation, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly found that the Century Exposition seemed to be facing a loss. After all, the price of each ticket is only 2 francs, and France spent almost 10 million francs for the entire exposition. It takes about 5 million people to return to the original, and the time for this expo is only 180 to 200 days, which is equivalent to at least 25,000 people watching every day. Such a figure was not even reached at the last New York Exposition. Only Albert's World Exposition in 1851 was able to achieve this figure. Whoever makes the whole France like to visit for free, the price of 2 francs is already the limit they can afford. Chapter 752, Advice to the Baron Ottoman. Hey. Jerome Bonaparte sighed slightly. Although he said that the money for holding the World's Fair was not funded by him, Jerome Bonaparte still sighed that the World's Fair might not be profitable, because it was very likely that become a lever for the future opposition to attack the government. Jerome Bonaparte could even foresee that, in order to shake the foundations of the empire, the opposition in the future would inevitably see all expenditures as a crime for the government to exploit its citizens. Even if the cost itself is for long-term planning, they will not appreciate it in the slightest. Just like the Second Empire in history, at the end of the regime, the Republicans targeted the reformed Ottoman Baron against the Ottoman Baron. They called Baron Haussmann's transformation of Paris a wicked act of wasting people and money, and destroying cultural relics, and attacked him as best they could in the city council and legislature. After the fall of the Second Empire, the Republican faction on the ruins of the Second Empire continued the practice of Baron Ottoman, as if the previous attack on Baron Ottoman no longer existed. Jerome Bonaparte, who learns from history, can be sure that once the regime of the Second Empire he established falls into the situation of his cousin, he will only encounter more troubles than his cousin. However, even so, he insisted on holding it, because it is conducive to the national self-confidence of France. Moreover, the loss of the Century Expo is only a loss on the surface. In fact, this expo can play a role in disguised propaganda, so that French luxury goods continue to flow to the world. What's the matter? You look a little unhappy. Queen Augusta, who was sitting beside Jerome Bonaparte, asked with concern. Nothing. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and shook his head. Since Jerome Bonaparte was reluctant to say more, it was inconvenient for Queen Augusta to ask more. After the carriage carrying Jerome Bonaparte and his wife arrived at the Tuileries Palace, the couple parted ways. Jerome Bonaparte returned to the study to deal with the documents, while Queen Augusta carried Crown Prince Frederick to Princess Mathilde's mansion to attend the literary salon. That night, Baron Haussmann, a senior official of the same department, appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's office and reported to Jerome Bonaparte the number of people today. Originally, this question should not have been asked by Jerome Bonaparte himself, but because this matter was deployed and erected by him, there must be a beginning and an end. And he was looking for Baron Ottoman for more than the Century Fair. Your Majesty, as of 8 o'clock this evening, the Century Fair has received more than 40,000 visitors. Among them, 30,000 tourists are local people, and the remaining 10,000 tourists are from overseas. Baron Haussmann respectfully told Jerome. Bonaparte replied. 40,000 visitors. Jerome Bonaparte had a look of surprise on his face. He thought that, if the World Expo had 25,000 visitors on the first day of its opening, it would be regarded as the completion of the mission. He did not expect that the citizens of Paris would be so enthusiastic, which was beyond his expectations. Your Majesty, I suggest that the tickets should be raised a little. Each ticket is only sold for 2 francs, which is too cheap. Baron Haussmann suggested to Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Haussmann, how much do you think it would be more appropriate for us to order one? Jerome Bonaparte asked sternly. No aeronaval network. I think this time the ticket should be at least around 10 francs. Baron Haussmann replied to Jerome Bonaparte. 10 francs? Jerome Bonaparte's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that Haussmann didn't know enough about the French. That's right, Your Majesty. Baron Haussmann nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. I checked the number of gentlemen, middle class, in Paris some time ago, and found that there are about 100,000 gentlemen in Paris. So 10 francs is not a big deal for these gentlemen. 10 francs is really not a problem for them. Jerome Bonaparte first affirmed Baron Haussmann, and then asked Baron Haussmann. However, Mr. Haussmann, have you considered whether they willingness to pay 10 francs? Baron Haussmann pondered for a moment and said to Jerome Bonaparte in an uncertain tone, it should be, yes. If you think so, you are wrong. Jerome Bonaparte said firmly to the Baron Haussmann, they may spend a fortune on an opera box, but they will never visit those things. cost more than 2 francs because before that, there were no tickets for all the exhibitions in France. The 2 franc ticket fee this time is already the limit that those people can bear. If you suddenly set the price at 10 francs, it would not take 2 days for the entire expo to become a place where nothing can be seen. At that time, even if we change the price back to 2 francs, it would only be able to attract a small number of people to visit, unless we continue to lower the price of tickets. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's words, Baron Horseman pondered for a moment, and then replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, I was the one who didn't think enough." "Nothing." Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands, and said to Baron Horseman, "I also want to make money like Albert's exposition, but we must recognize a reality. That is, the French and the British are 2 completely different countries. Our culture and system determine the attributes of both of us. So this World Expo, we do not think about how to make money. As long as French citizens feel that the money is worth it, they are more sure of us." Baron Ottoman nodded slightly to show his understanding. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Baron Horseman, "By the way, how much money do you have in the Seine province now?" "Your Majesty, there are still about 70 million francs in the city government's books." Baron Horseman replied to Jerome Bonaparte, 70 million francs. Jerome Bonaparte touched his chin, then put his hand on the table, and tapped lightly a few times, raised his head, and asked the Baron Horseman, "Except for the funds on the books, how many bonds the city government has issued now?" 300 million francs. Baron Horseman replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "So much." Jerome Bonaparte showed a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect the debt of the Seine to be so high. The Baron Horseman euphemistically told Jerome Bonaparte that the Seine provincial government mainly repaired for the citizens, widened the roads, and beautified the city. All kinds of things need money to support. The Paris city debt of 300 million francs is already relatively small. Baron Horseman, how much do you expect to invest in the future? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Baron Horseman. "Your Majesty, less than 1/3 of the entire Paris has been renovated. It is estimated that it will take nearly 600 million francs to complete the renovation of the entire Paris." Baron Horseman replied to Jerome Bonaparte, 600 million francs. Jerome Bonaparte nodded solemnly. "Baron Horseman, tell me honestly, can the Seine complete the transformation of Paris on its own without the Ministry of Finance not transferring funds?" "Your Majesty, I think it should be possible." Baron Horseman replied confidently to Jerome Bonaparte, "As long as the Paris region does not suffer major changes, then our taxes can fully support the debt. If that's the case, then I'm relieved," Jerome Bonaparte said to Baron Horseman. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte drew a blueprint for the expansion with Baron Horseman. He planned to continue to build about 5,000 more rooms in the area where the workers had been built in the next 10 years. And these rooms will also be rented out cheaply. Baron Horseman immediately assured Jerome Bonaparte that the city government under his command would definitely plan for Jerome Bonaparte. "Then, I'm relieved." Jerome Bonaparte patted Baron Horseman on the shoulder. "Right. Your municipal government not only shoulders the task of overall planning and construction, but also shoulders the task of supervising real estate enterprises. We must prevent the generation of unfinished buildings." "I see, Your Majesty." Baronos nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you have anything else to add?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Baron Horseman. "Your Majesty, no more." Baron Horseman shook his head and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Well, I look forward to your performance. I hope you can be worthy of the trust given to you by the government and the 2 million people in Paris." Jerome Bonaparte stood up from his seat. He stretched and asked Baron Horseman if he wanted to have a late night snack with him. Baron Ottoman nodded without hesitation. After all, not everyone can enjoy the meal with the leader. After Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Horseman walked out of the study, Mocha greeted them hurriedly. "There is still food in the kitchen." Jerome Bonaparte asked casually, "Your Majesty, supper is ready." Mocha immediately said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Well done." Jerome Bonaparte showed a satisfied smile on his face, then turned his head and said to Baron Horseman, "Then let's go." Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Horseman entered the restaurant, and Mocha immediately ordered his men to bring supper. The 2 people sitting at the table first drank a glass of wine, and then began to taste the food carefully. The whole night banquet lasted for a total of 1 hour. After the banquet was over, the Baron Horseman was sent home by Jerome Bonaparte. Chapter 753, ALBERTN-039, SNOC. As the date of the Paris Peace Conference was approaching, the number of people at the Century Fair did not decrease, but gradually increased. In the first 3 days of the opening, the total number of people has exceeded 180,000, which is equivalent to 60,000 people visiting the Century Expo every day. Such data not only shocked the whole of Paris, but also made Jerome Bonaparte, who had no hope of making a profit at the Century Fair, feel the possibility of making a profit. Seeing such impressive data, the Paris City Hall began to feel a little dissatisfied with the price of the tickets. They believed that each ticket was only sold for 2 francs, and the price was really low, 180,000 person times. Excluding maintenance costs, the total profit is about 300,000 francs and the investment in the entire showroom is 10 million francs. And it will take a long time for them to be truly profitable. If they can price a little higher, then they will not be able to collect funds faster. And Jerome Bonaparte, who is the ticket leader, also once had the idea of whether he set the price of each ticket a little low, and whether he should reset the price point. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Jerome Bonaparte decided to keep the current price unchanged, and ordered Mocha to publish an article called Tickets in France, which described the reasons for the 2 franc fare for the Century Fair, in order to allow more people to have the opportunity to know and contact the whole world up close. See clearly the development of the world. The Century Fair is not an exposition for a few, but an exposition for the vast majority. And the government's pledge to unswervingly implement the 2 franc fare. And this article is signed Joseph Stalin. As soon as the article was published, it was hotly debated at home and abroad, and many people recognized the exposition in the article, which serves the majority of people. Some foreigners who had no interest in the Century Fair at first began to have a little interest in the French fair. Immediately afterwards, another part of the shrewd people noticed that the signature of the article was the same as the signature published in Britain a few years ago, 1848, and the author behind the original signature was Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. As a result, many people have speculated that the name behind this signature should also be the Emperor of the Tuileries Palace, and the latter part of the people who watched the fun and did not think it was a big deal speculated that the purpose of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte was not to say this to a certain prince at Buckingham Palace. After all, Prince Albert's ticket price at the World's Fair was several times higher than Jerome Bonaparte's current ticket price. As the saying goes, when there is traffic, there is heat. In today's world, no one has more traffic than the monarch. Therefore, the small and medium-sized newspapers in the United Kingdom instantly turned into some unscrupulous marketing accounts of later generations and hyped them wildly. Within 48 hours after Jerome Bonaparte's article was published, gossip about the Emperor of France's criticism of Prince Albert began to spread throughout Britain. The already hot topic was once again pushed to a climax. I'm afraid that even Jerome Bonaparte could not have imagined that an article he just published under his name would be misinterpreted like this. The whole of Britain began to discuss this matter, and under such hot hype, more and more British gentlemen decided to go to the French Century Exposition to find out. P.S. Later generations will record this unintentional act of Jerome Bonaparte as a means of hype. And Queen Victoria, who was deeply influenced by public opinion, was also dissatisfied with Jerome Bonaparte, who was far away in Paris. The Queen in Windsor Castle crumpled the newspaper in her hand, threw it in her mouth and complained, "What the asterisk does that fellow Jerome Bonaparte want to do? Does he want to make use of the topic?" Albert, who was sitting on the side, looked at the pouting and angry Queen in front of him, and responded gently and tenderly, "It shouldn't be." "What about those articles?" Queen Victoria asked Prince Albert. "Those articles?" Prince Albert said with a wise smile on his face, "It's just some articles catching wind and shadows." Then, Prince Albert pointed to the newspaper in his hand and said to Queen Victoria, "I have a newspaper called Joseph Stalin who published the original text here. Do you want to take a look? Sign in." God of devouring the starry sky. Queen Victoria took a look at the newspaper, and sure enough, the entire content of the article had nothing to do from Prince Albert, and the content of the article had nothing to do with Britain at all. After reading the newspaper, Queen Victoria asked Prince Albert curiously, "Albert, you just said that those articles were chasing shadows, so is this Joseph Stalin Jerome Bonaparte? From the style of the article, it should be him." Prince Albert said decisively to Queen Victoria, "The newspapers are right about this. However, they were able to publish Jerome Bonaparte 7 years ago. The signature of the article was reread, which surprised me. 7 years ago." Queen Victoria trembled slightly subconsciously. "How did they turn to the previous article?" "I don't know about this." Prince Albert shook his head and replied to Queen Victoria, "Then, Albert, do we want to go to the World's Fair too?" Queen Victoria asked Prince Albert instead, "What? You want to go too?" Prince Albert asked Queen Victoria, "I'm just curious. How is their fair different from what we've had before?" Queen Victoria replied to Prince Albert, "Since you want to go, let's find a time." Prince Albert replied to Queen Victoria, "Don't you think it's not good recently?" Queen Victoria asked a little disappointedly, "It's better not to pass recently, unless you want to be crowded with those people." Prince Albert said to Queen Victoria, "I'm sure the number of people this time is only a lot more than we were at the time." Thinking of the flooded scene of the World Exposition, Queen Victoria gave up the idea of going to Paris in the near future. That afternoon, Villette, the French ambassador to Britain, appeared at Windsor Castle. "Your Majesties, just now I received a telegram from my monarch, His Majesty the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. His Majesty the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte said that he personally gave a lot to the article tickets in France. I'm deeply sorry for the negative impact of the two majesties. Your Majesty himself did not realize that this article would bring so many problems." Ambassador Willett, who had just sat down, immediately apologized to Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. "It's nothing." Prince Albert waved his hand generously and replied to Villette, "You can tell Jerome Bonaparte that these chasing things will not affect the feelings between Britain and France. His Royal Highness, thank you for your generosity." Villette breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Prince Albert, "I believe that the two countries that have experienced the Crimean War will definitely unite closely, and let's help each other together." Later, Villette and Prince Albert started talking nonsense. The two chatted from British culture to French culture, and then from French culture to Pan-Germanic culture. When Prince Albert talked about Pan-Germanic culture, he immediately changed the subject and asked Willette, "By the way, Ambassador Willette, I heard that your country is going to sign a customs union with the Kingdom of Sweden. This matter." Villette's expression paused, then resumed his smile, and said to Prince Albert, "Your Excellency, I don't know where you heard this news. Your Excellency Ambassador, I have no intention of interfering in your country's diplomacy, but I only hope that on certain issues, our two countries can be frank with each other." Prince Albert threateningly said, "After all, the two countries can only trust each other when they are honest with each other. There are still less than 4 days before the Crimea post-war resolution meeting, and some things must be agreed before the meeting starts." Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Villette had to tell Prince Albert that the French Empire and the Kingdom of Sweden were indeed going to sign a treaty of customs union, but the treaty has not been signed yet. "Your Excellency, please understand that France is now telling the road to industrialization. Therefore, we need a lot of iron ore and coal, and our mainland lacks iron ore and coal, so we have to sign a customs union with the Kingdom of Sweden." Villette said sincerely to Prince Albert, "It's not that we don't want to tell you, but the customs union between us and Sweden has not been fully implemented." Faced with Villette's explanation, Prince Albert was obviously unconvinced. Britain can also be an excellent business partner for France. There can also be closer commercial ties between our two countries. Prince Albert said to Villette. Villette replied to Prince Albert again that the factory owners in the French Empire did not agree with a more closer exchange between Britain and France because they could not beat the British capital in cost. The capital in the Kingdom of Sweden cannot defeat them, so they are more willing to communicate with Sweden. Prince Albert, who had listened to Villette's reasoning, reluctantly accepted his statement. After all, every family has a hard book to read, and the British were worried that the Indian textile industry would conduct anti-dumping against them, thus restricting the entry of Indian textiles into the United Kingdom by raising tariffs. Although the customs union between France and the Kingdom of Sweden was established privately without informing Britain, it did not touch the sensitive line of Britain. Prince Albert was just dissatisfied with the French Empire doing small tricks behind their backs. Finally, Prince Albert told Zale that he and Queen Victoria would travel to Paris again in about a month. Villette immediately extended a warm welcome to Prince Albert to Paris. Chapter 754. Two governments and two tsars. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte, who received a reply from Villette's telegram, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really did not expect that one of his articles would have such a big impact, and he did not expect that some guys in London. He even remembered his signature when he published an article in London in 1848. It seems that after that, the name Joseph Stalin can't be used anymore. Jerome Bonaparte whispered to himself, or change the pseudonym to Ilyich Lenin. After thinking for a while, Jerome Bonaparte finally rejected his idea. After all, his style of writing can be noticed by anyone who pays a little attention, and changing his pen name is of no use at all. Forget it. I'll still think about the next Paris Peace Conference. Jerome Bonaparte patted his cheek lightly, pulling back his divergent thoughts. Just then there was a knock on the door, and Jerome Bonaparte straightened his posture and responded to the door. Please come in. The door slowly opened, and Foreign Minister Walewski appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's room. Oh Walewski, you came just in time. I was about to ask you how your meeting was prepared. Your Majesty, the venue is completely ready. Foreign ministers from various countries are also arriving one after another. Walewski immediately replied to Jerome Bonaparte, I don't think the Russian side has come yet. Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski, Your Majesty, I'm just about to report to you about the foreign minister of the Russian Empire. Walewski said to Jerome Bonaparte with a wry smile. Looking at Walewski in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte immediately realized Walewski's predicament. He asked with a knowing smile, Are there two foreign ministers? A look of consternation appeared on Walewski's face, then nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Which foreign minister should we host now as the Russian representative for this meeting? There have been two governments in the current Russian Empire. One is the new Russian imperial government with St. Petersburg as the core, and the other is the Orthodox Russian imperial government with Odessa as the core point. In the past few months, the two governments have continuously sent batches of Slavic animals to the battlefield. In just 4 months, the new government and the Orthodox government have caused a total of 100,000 people. There were casualties among soldiers, and nearly 10,000 village nobles and millions of serfs killed each other locally. Either the serf militia led by the village nobles carried out Tatar-style massacres on those who dared to resist, or the special commissioner from St. Petersburg Street under the order of Golitsyn's administration. He led a small group of regular troops to the countryside in the form of special commissioners, and led this group of rural national guards who dared to resist to suppress the country nobility. If the two sides continue to fight, the casualties may far exceed the casualties in Crimea. At least during the Crimean War, Jerome Bonaparte and Albert had not yet turned the Russian Empire into what it is now. When Jerome Bonaparte heard the news of the Russian Empire, he once again sighed that there was only another Russian who could let go of his hands and slaughter the Russians. Even the Anglo-French army could not achieve the point of massacres everywhere. The two sides, who have been fighting for several months, are still in a deadlock stage, and the two sides are currently fighting hard to **** Moscow. Then, why do you need to ask? Jerome Bonaparte smiled, and said to Walewski, Of course the two received them together. Two together. Walewski's expression paused slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he said to Jerome Bonaparte politely, Your Majesty, will this cause some unnecessary misunderstandings? Unnecessary misunderstanding? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds, then asked Walewski, What kind of misunderstanding do you think will be caused? Your Majesty, the government formed by Duke Golitsyn does not have legitimacy. Walewski said again euphemistically. Jerome Bonaparte. Walewski. Jerome Bonaparte smiled, and said to Walewski with a serious expression, What kind of government do you think is legitimate? The imperial government that my uncle and I established. Is there any legitimacy? And is the Orleans government established by the previous King Louis Philippe legit? Your Majesty, the citizens of France support you as the emperor of the empire. Of course you have irrefutable legitimacy. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte, yes. It is true that the French citizens support me and make me the emperor of the empire, but if you want to talk about legality, that's a real bullshit. Jerome Bonaparte bluntly exclaimed, in the orthodox faction, in the eyes of the crowd, I'm nothing more than a tyrant mixed with noble blood. The source of the so-called legitimacy is just relying on the barrel of the gun in our hands, and the system of universal suffrage is just a fig leaf to fool the outside world. Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte with an embarrassed look on his face. As a core member of the Second Empire, he naturally knew the origin of legitimacy, but he did not dare to be like Jerome Bonaparte cover up. In terms of frankness, his cousin is more open-minded than his father. When Walewski was very young, he once heard his mother say that when his father put on the crown, he declared that, if anyone other than him wears the crown, he will surely suffer the punishment of God. Your Majesty, let's get back to the point. Walewski, who was unwilling to involve France in the legality issue, quickly changed the subject. Okay! Exclamation mark. Walewski, since you said that the government of Duke Golitsyn has no legitimacy, then I would like to ask whether the government formed by Golitsyn has a Tsar. Jerome Bonaparte continued to Walewski asked. Yes. Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Does the Tsar have legitimacy? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. Yes. Walewski nodded again. Although the Tsar of Duke Golitsyn was an 11-year-old child, he did have the legitimacy to inherit the Tsar's position. But the Tsarist legitimacy of the government of Duke Golitsyn did not come from God, but from the National Assembly. That's fine. Jerome Bonaparte clapped his hands and replied to Walewski, what reason do we have to refuse a monarchy country to enter the conference? And it is still the key country of this conference. I see. Walewski nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, by the way, who is the one who came from the government of Duke Golitsyn this time? Jerome Bonaparte asked curiously. Nechal Roddy. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Hearing this name, Jerome Bonaparte showed a look of surprise on his face, but he never thought that Golitsyn would send Nechal Roddy as a negotiator. How could it be him? Jerome Bonaparte murmured in a low voice. He really couldn't understand that Duke Golitsyn would choose him to be the mission. Wasn't he afraid that Nechal Roddy would collude with the Orthodox government, or the Golitsyn government has been unable to find suitable diplomatic talents, so it pulled the old guy back? Your Majesty, Minister Nechal Roddy is really... Walewski smiled dryly, and then told Jerome Bonaparte about Minister Nechal Roddy. Due to Nechal Roddy's premature return after the negotiation, upon his arrival in Moscow, he was immediately captured by Duke Golitsyn's men and escorted to St. Petersburg. After that, Duke Golitsyn thought that he was still a useful person, so instead of killing him and his family, he continued to reuse him and his family. This led to the lives of the Nechal Roddy family in the hands of Duke Golitsyn, who had to work for Duke Golitsyn. Poor Nechal Roddy. Jerome Bonaparte had a gloating expression on his face, and then he asked, if I'm not mistaken, the negotiator on Alexander's side should be Gore. Ambassador Chakov. Your Majesty, what you said is absolutely correct. Walewski nodded to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte laughed happily, then clapped his hands, and replied to Walewski, is it true that the enemies are not together? Nechal Roddy and Gorsha? The two guys, are going to start a fight with me again. I think that it was Nechal Roddy who sent Gorchakov to the center of power, and it took more than 10 years to send Gorchakov directly to the superior aristocratic status for more than 10 years. This hatred is simply great. If Alexander II can succeed to the throne smoothly, then the hatred between Nechal Roddy and Gorchakov will end, because of the end of Nechal Roddy's politics. After all, the victorious ambassador Gorchakov had to have an inclusive gesture. This kind of tolerance is not a deliberate gesture, but a condescending tolerance, which is more uncomfortable than outright insults. However, the situation is very different now, because the government of Duke Golitsyn has reused Nechal Roddy, and it seems that Ambassador Gorchakov and Nechal Roddy have become enemies again. Whether they want to or not, there is bound to be a big fight. Okay, let's wait and see the show. Jerome Bonaparte still had a playful expression on his face. The time finally came to the last day of the official start of the peace meeting, and basically all the foreign ministers were present. They departed from Place de la Concorde at the invitation of Jérôme Bonaparte to attend the welcome ceremony he had specially organized for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like to make France great again? Please collect Make France Great Again update the fastest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Parade in front of the Champ de Mars. Jérôme Bonaparte and his party were in the spotlight. At 1 p.m., they set off from the Place de la Concorde to the south, crossed the Concorde Bridge to the Orsay Quay Street, and then continued south to the cheers of the citizens on both sides of the Orsay Quay Street. Soon he arrived at the Champ de Mars near the Invalides at the scheduled time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were only a few clouds in the blue sky, and the sun happened to hide behind these clouds. The golden sunlight shone through the clouds to the Champ de Mars after the Emperor Napoleon flipped through the bronze pillar statue in the Alps, adding a touch of sacredness to the statue of the great man. As if the victory of the Crimean War was a secret, its predestined point after Jérôme Bonaparte walked past the bronze statue, he deliberately paused for a while, and raised his head to silently stare at the bronze statue in front of him, and then drew out the saber hanging from his waist, to face the statue in front of him. Statue salutes. The golden sunlight shone on Jérôme Bonaparte's saber, causing every foreign minister who followed behind Jérôme Bonaparte to close their eyes subconsciously. Having done all this, Jérôme Bonaparte put the saber back in the scabbard, and then moved on to the venue where he observed the military parade point. As soon as Jérôme Bonaparte was standing on the viewing platform of the military parade, he immediately heard a cannon salute from a distance point. The place where the salute was fired was in the Invalides next door. With the sound of the salute, there was also a deafening cheer from the people around the Champ de Mars. Long live the Empire! Long live Bonaparte! The shouts of thousands of people quickly covered up the rumbling cannons. Amidst the shouts, Jérôme Bonaparte showed a happy smile on his face. Nothing makes Jérôme Bonaparte more happy than these cries, because every cry represents the affirmation of the imperial government by the people of Paris. As long as he can hear these cries all the time, the empire he built will never end. On the contrary, if no one shouts in the whole of Paris, then the demise of the empire has also entered the countdown. After the salute was over, Jérôme Bonaparte stood on the stage and pressed twice, signaling that they could stop. The shouting stopped immediately after 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, Jérôme Bonaparte said in a solemn tone to the people, who came to observe, French citizens and foreign friends, I'm very happy that you can come here to celebrate this upcoming event with me and France at the Victory Square. The coming peace conference. Looking back on the past year, we have experienced a lot. The most important of these is that we have engaged with Britain, Austria, Ottomans, Sardinia, Sweden, and the Kingdom of Prussia, with a hint of dissatisfaction by the Prussian foreign minister, along with the vast majority of European countries. With the Russian Empire, one point: there has never been a war since 1815. In this war, we lost nearly 100,000 brothers and sisters in total. The French casualties were only about 30,000, and most of the casualties were contributed by the British and Ottoman empires, and the Russian Empire as an opponent also suffered casualties, nearly 200,000 people. Now let us pay a moment of silence for those soldiers who died in the Near East regardless of nationality. Having said that, Jérôme Bonaparte closed his eyes and put his hands together to make a silent gesture. After seeing Jérôme Bernard's actions, the generals and foreign ministers who followed Jérôme Bonaparte and closed their eyes in silence. The people staying near the Champ de Mars were also infected by the inexplicable atmosphere, and they began to pray for the dead soldiers. Under the orders of the officers, the troops stationed in the Champ de Mars raised their rifles to shoot into the sky, and the dense gunshots consoled the dead heroic spirits. After praying for nearly a minute, Jérôme Bonaparte opened his eyes and then continued to tell everyone present the relationship between war and peace in a loud voice, and emphasized that no one likes war, so this time the purpose of the conference is to eliminate war as much as possible, so that all parties can negotiate and help each other in a more stable framework. At the end of the speech, Jerome Bonaparte also specially emphasized, "I believe that peace will be completely realized in the near future." After Jerome Bonaparte finished his speech, there was immediate applause from the surroundings immediately afterwards. The entire Victory Square also burst into warm applause. "Thank you very much. Everyone can listen to me here," Jerome Bonaparte said to everyone present in a very down-to-earth tone. "I announce the official start of the military parade." After Jerome Bonaparte announced the start, a group of soldiers began to walk towards the auditorium in a uniform manner. The members of the embassies standing behind Jerome Bonaparte also chatted. The first people to come to Jerome Bonaparte were some outstanding soldiers of the 3rd Division under the leadership of Pélissier and Trochu. As the French Guards, they were on this Crimean battlefield, but served as the main force. However, any battle with high casualties is basically gored by the 3rd Division. When the team of the 3rd Division approached the viewing platform, Marshal Pélissier immediately took out the command knife from his waist and shouted loudly, "Salute." When the soldiers in the phalanx heard the call of Marshal Pélissier, they made a slashing motion in unison, and at the same time, they aimed their murderous eyes at the guests on the viewing platform. Some of the guests almost fell under the gaze of the soldiers of the 3rd Division. Some members of the mission who had served in the military also couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that France's military strength was still so strong. Just the sight of these soldiers in front of you is enough to make you tremble. And Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing at the front, was obviously not betting on the formation of the 3rd Division. He smiled and waved at the soldiers of the 3rd Division. After the 3rd Division left the viewing platform, followed by the soldiers of the 2nd Division. As the 2nd Division, that made great contributions in the Battle of Alma, it can be said to be second only to the entire Crimean War. It is second only to the 3rd Division in the middle, and it is on the same level as the 1st Division. If it hadn't been for the later Jerome Bonaparte to hand over the tough bones to the 3rd Division, the 2nd Division would have never lost the 3rd Division in the Crimea battlefield. Bourquet's ability to serve as the marshal included the factor of Jerome Bonaparte's compensation for the 2nd Division. After the soldiers of the 2nd Division arrived at the viewing platform, Marshal Bekele also followed the example of Marshal Pélissier and came to a bayonet show, and one bayonet radiated a cold glow under the sunlight. Afterwards, the 1st, 4th, and 5th Divisions and ZHUFU's team passed through the viewing platform in turn. After all the troops had passed through, the time had come to around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the gun salute sounded again. Jerome Bonaparte walked down from the viewing platform, came to the soldiers' phalanx, and shook hands with all levels of commanders of the phalanx with enthusiasm. Then Jerome Bonaparte returned to the viewing platform and solemnly announced the official end of the military parade. A group of phalanx soldiers began to leave the Victory Square under the guidance of the commander, and the crowd standing around the Victory Square also began to leave under the guidance of the police and the gendarmerie. Jerome Bonaparte and others were also escorted by the army led by General Wayne, and returned to the Tuileries on foot. After Jerome Bonaparte and others arrived at the Tuileries Palace, the time had come to around 6:30 in the evening, and there was less than half an hour before the start of the dinner. Jerome Bonaparte, who brought the guests to the banquet hall, sneaked to the 2nd floor to rest before the others could react. The nearly 4-hour military parade really made him exhausted. Half lying on the sofa, he took off his coat and closed his eyes. It's just that, before he could rest for 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly took off the coat and put it back on, and then responded, "Who?" "Your Majesty, Gorchakov, the ambassador of the Russian Empire, wants to ask to see you." Mokka's voice reached Jerome Bonaparte's ear. "Gorchakov?" Jerome Bonaparte shook his head to himself. He knew that Gorchakov must have come to invite him theirs. Still some time left. Reading www.urkanshu.com. Let him come over. Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently. "Yes." Mokka replied immediately to Jerome Bonaparte. After a while, Gorchakov pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty." Gorchakov, who entered the room, bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Gorchakov, please sit down." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and said to Ambassador Gorchakov, and then added, "You only have 10 minutes. Your Majesty, I'm here just to ask you a question." Ambassador Gorchakov said to Jerome Bonaparte with a solemn expression. "What's the problem?" Jerome Bonaparte asked with a puzzled expression on his face. the countries participating in the peace conference of this generation, the traitors of St. Petersburg. Ambassador Gorchakov asked Jerome Bonaparte, Mr. Gorchakov, we sincerely invite all countries and governments related to the Crimean War to participate in this meeting. The purpose is to maintain the current peace. Jerome Bonaparte seems to be wrong. The cry of the horse mouth has actually told Gorchakov his own answer. Your Majesty, didn't you promise us not to invite them over? Gorchakov said slightly resentfully. Mr. Ambassador, did you remember it wrong? When did I promise you not to invite them to the meeting? I just reminded you kindly that you should come here. https://79_79458/1. Second, remember the net. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 756. Negotiation on the eve of the meeting. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's understatement, a flash of anger flashed in Ambassador Gorchakov's eyes. After so many years in the field of diplomacy, he has never encountered someone like Jerome Bonaparte. A monarch like Naboth compared with Jerome Bonaparte, even Franz Joseph, the betrayal, is particularly pleasing to the eye. Although Gorchakov was very annoyed by Jerome Bonaparte's words, he still did not dare to show the intention of breaking point, because once they choose to break with France, the only thing that will benefit will be Nichel ridden them. Your Majesty, please help us for the sake of being an Orthodox monarch. The Russian Empire will never forget the help you and the French Empire gave us. Ambassador Gorchakov implored Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and responded to Ambassador Gorchakov with a helpless expression. It's a pity. Ambassador Gorchakov, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that now you two there is a Tsar. I really can't be too biased. After all, it is still unknown who will die in the battle between the two of you. Your Majesty, if we fail, then the conditions we promise you may become a dead letter. Ambassador Gorchakov gritted his teeth and threatened weakly. Ambassador Gorchakov, you don't have to threaten me with this. Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently. The battle between you and the Galician government has been a long time, and there is no way to resolve it in a short period of time. Win or lose, even if the Galician government won in the end, would they dare to openly tear up the agreement? Do they dare to bear the consequences of tearing up the agreement? What's more, it is not better for them to enter the capital of France into the Russian Empire, which can effectively destroy the original aristocratic economy. As a result, a whole new system was established. Although the Galician government is a monarchy government in name, we all know that it is actually a republic in the cloak of monarchy. Guess whether they are willing to introduce the power of France to eradicate all the nobles rooted in the feudal area. The words of Jerome Bonaparte made Ambassador Gorchakov feel a sense of powerlessness. As the old government, they could not carry out reforms like the Galician government, because once they shaken the overall aristocracy interests, then the nobles who originally supported them would turn to the Galician government. After all, the Galician government still occupies St. Petersburg at least. Although Alexander II knew about the problems of the Russian Empire, he could not directly solve them, especially in the aspect of winning the support of Russian serfs. Duke Golitsyn dared to liberate the serfs directly, while Alexander II only dared to promise that the serfs would be freed from the hands of the nobles, only after paying the ransom. However, although Alexander II is not as good as Duke Golitsyn in this aspect, it is a great improvement compared to history. In history, after the Crimean War, Alexander II played games with the nobles for 5 years before he introduced the policy of paying ransom to free the serfs. If it wasn't for Duke Golitsyn's one-step liberation of the serfs, the nobles who were attached to the Tsar would not have agreed so readily. Ambassador Gorchakov believed in Jerome Bonaparte's words. If the Galician government really wins, they will definitely join forces with French capital to destroy the living space of the Russian imperial aristocracy. Just like the current French Empire, those Orthodox nobles have no other rights other than staying at home. Ambassador Gorchakov did not want to be that person. I just said that my words were fierce, Your Majesty. Ambassador Gorchakov hurriedly apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. I beg your pardon. Seeing Ambassador Gorchakov admitting his mistake, Jerome Bonaparte smiled again, and he replied to Ambassador Gorchakov, it's nothing. I'm not a asterisk either. I can definitely assure you that, although I agree with the St. Petersburg government to participate in this meeting, I still hope that a more orthodox monarch will return to the monarchy sequence. I hope you don't live up to my expectations for you. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte patted Ambassador Gorchakov on the shoulder. Okay, it's not too early now. It's time for us to go downstairs. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Ambassador Gorchakov was still a little unwilling, he had to follow Jerome Bonaparte downstairs. Before entering the hall, Ambassador Gorchakov deliberately entered with Jerome Bonaparte one after the other, creating a feeling that Jerome Bonaparte was supporting them to the foreign ministers. Present point for Ambassador Gorchakov's move. Jerome Bonaparte just smiled faintly. He himself did not dislike Alexander II, and even somewhat agreed with Alexander II's government. Because after Alexander II came to power, he would definitely carry out incomplete reforms because of his reliance on the nobility. Such reforms would seriously slow down the speed of industrialization of the Russian Empire. It can be said that Alexander II was another shackle that Jerome Bonaparte restricted Russia's development. For this shackle, Jerome Bonaparte must do his best to maintain it. Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the living room, smiled and said to everyone present, "Everyone, please go to the dining room with me." Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte set off for the restaurant, and foreign ministers from various countries followed Jerome Bonaparte to the restaurant. The generals, dignitaries and foreign military attachés of the empire went to another restaurant for dinner under the leadership of Mocha. After everyone arrived at the restaurant, they sat in their respective seats according to the names written on the seats the person sitting in the main seat is. Naturally Jerome Bonaparte, but the ministers sitting next to Jerome Bonaparte are not the Austrian Foreign Minister Paul and the British Foreign Minister Count Clarendon, but Sardinia Prime Minister Cava and British Foreign Secretary Clarendon. This arrangement made all the diplomatic envoys, including Cava, feel incredible for a while. Obviously, the relationship between France and Austria is now a quasi-alliance, so why is Cava sitting on the other side? Earl Boa, who was sitting beside Clarendon, even showed a touch of embarrassment. As for Cava, there was an excited expression on his face. Cava even wondered if there was something unpleasant between Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Boa, if there is a real conflict between the two sides. Then the opportunity for the Kingdom of Sardinia will come. I'm very happy to invite you to accompany me to the military parade, Jerome Bonaparte said to everyone present with his glass of wine. The foreign ministers sitting in their seats stood up one after another, holding wine glasses to show their respect. Jerome Bonaparte continued to talk for a minute or so, before making a final conclusion. I hope our countries can draw a perfect stop to this war within the framework of peace. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte drank the wine, and everyone followed Jerome Bonaparte, and drank the wine from the glass. Immediately afterwards, one after another delicious dishes were brought up by the servants of the Tuileries Palace, and the guests who had been hungry for a long time began to enjoy the delicacies of the Tuileries Palace. The whole banquet ended after nearly 3 hours of eating, when Jerome Bonaparte sent most of the foreign ministers out of the Tuileries Palace. The Count of Clarendon, the British foreign minister, appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte, and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, can I take some of your time? I want to talk to you alone." Of course. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and invited Count Clarendon. "Please come with me." Jerome Bonaparte and Count Clarendon found a room and sat down. Then Count Clarendon asked Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, what do you think of the current state of the Russian Empire?" "Mr. Willis, did you ask me this question, or did Palmerston ask you to ask me?" Jerome Bonaparte did not rush to answer Count Clarendon's question, but instead asked Clarence Seldon said, "Your Majesty, both." The Earl of Clarendon said sternly, "This is my duty as Foreign Secretary. I still maintain my previous opinion, unshakable. This war is Russia's internal affairs." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said to Count Clarendon, "Even if Duke Golitsyn wins, it is nothing more than one more government whose powers are concentrated in the parliament. And if Alexander wins, the Russian Empire will simply remain the same. But personally, I'm slightly more inclined towards Alexander." After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's words, Count Clarendon nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "The leader of Palmerston is the same as you think, and he also thinks that Alexander's continued Tsarist position is very important to both of us. It's all good. Yes. Jerome Bonaparte snorted softly. However, since your majesty is in favor of Alexander, why do you want the Galician government to join in this negotiation? Count Clarendon asked Jerome Bonaparte curiously. Mr. Willis, although I prefer Alexander, it doesn't mean that I can ignore Galician and the others. They naturally hold a power that is not inferior to that of Alexander II, and we cannot exclude this power. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Count Clarendon. Furthermore, the outcome of the two of them is still completely inconclusive. The Galician government can still represent the right to run a part of the Russian Empire. https://b/63/63321/ 1 second to remember UN.com. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 757. Paris Peace Conference begins. I see. Knowing that Jerome Bonaparte still maintained a balanced attitude towards the Russian Empire, Count Clarendon nodded, then got up and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and said, Your Majesty, then I will leave first. It's gone. Line send you off. Jerome Bonaparte also got up and said to Count Clarendon, No need, Your Majesty. Count Clarendon refused Jerome Bonaparte's farewell and left the Tuileries Palace alone under the leadership of Mocha. Standing on the windowsill, Jerome Bonaparte quietly watched the distant Count of Clarendon and whispered in his mouth, What does the Kingdom of Britain mean? Time passed quickly, and it soon arrived at 12 noon the next day. At this time, under the scorching sun, the streets of Orsay Pier and both sides of the Concorde Bridge were full of onlookers as yesterday. People were eagerly waiting for the passage of diplomatic missions from various countries. Due to the large number of people and the lack of police to maintain order, the originally spacious street was immediately surrounded by water. When the sheriff in charge of this area saw this scene, he had to report the situation to his immediate superior, the Minister of the Interior, Pesani. What? Hearing the news, Pesani showed a surprised look on his face, and then hurriedly called up his police and gendarmerie captains, and ordered the evacuation of the masses to ensure that the diplomatic mission arrived on time and smoothly at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The command point the sheriff and gendarmerie captain who received the order did not dare to neglect for a moment, because it was less than 2 hours before the arrival of the embassy. Nearly 1,000 police officers and 300 military police were dispatched to the Concorde Bridge and Orsay Quay Street to maintain law and order. After more than half an hour of coordination, the coordination was finally completed at 12:50 in the afternoon. After doing all this, Persony breathed a sigh of relief and then went to the Tuileries Palace to report the news to Jerome Bonaparte. Not bad. Jerome Bonaparte, who was left in the study, answered indifferently while reading History of French Civilization in a calm manner. This is what I should do. Pesany said humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. The two chatted for a while again, during which Jerome Bonaparte asked Pesany if he knew about the situation of the former Prime Minister of Orleans, Gizet. Pesany shook his head and then assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would definitely monitor Gizet closely after he left. Surveillance? Jerome Bonaparte chuckled lightly and continued to flip through the History of French Civilization in his hand. You don't have to monitor him. You just need to ask Mr. Gizet a question on my behalf. Your Majesty, what do you want to ask? Pessigny said to Jerome Bonaparte. Ask Gizet for me if he is willing to serve as an official and a half officer in the imperial government. Jerome Bonaparte replied indifferently. If he wants, I can give him the position of member of the Education Committee. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's promise, a look of surprise appeared on Persony's face. This guy, Gizet, was in the Kingdom of Orleans, but he advocated that the right to education be taken away from the hands of the church. However, the fallow law implemented by the current imperial government places the right of French citizens to receive education under the influence of the church. Jerome Bonaparte, did this mean that he wanted to break with the church? Your Majesty, are you going to attack the church? Persony asked Jerome Bonaparte cautiously. It is also an old tradition for the French kings before the Great Revolution to attack the church with absolute power, who made the Gallic Church accumulate a lot of wealth in France at that time. However, after the Great Revolution, the wealth accumulated by the Gallic Church for hundreds of years was directly confiscated. The current Gallic Church is not as rich as the previous Gallic Church, and it is very likely that they will not get the money if they rush hard, and they will make a mess. Persony Jerome Bonaparte closed history of French civilization and said to Pessinny, "Do you know the catfish effect?" Pessinny shook his head and looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a bewildered expression. Jerome Bonaparte immediately told Pessinny about the catfish effect. "Your Majesty, you want Gizzard to be that catfish and to stir up the entire education system." Pessinny immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. "That's right." Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Pessinny. "I have to make those guys feel the crisis, otherwise they will become reluctant to make progress. Our government needs more educated populations, not illiterates." "I understand." Pessinny nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte issued an expulsion order to Pessinny. Not long after Pessinny left, Queen Augusta appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's study. "Your Majesty, what is your business with me?" Queen Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte. "I can't find you if I'm okay." Jerome Bonaparte answered Augusta half jokingly. "Of course not." Queen Augusta shook her head and said. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte told Queen Augusta that he wanted to take Augusta and Frederick to the Bois de Boulogne for a short outing. The Usurper don't care? Queen Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte. "Just leave it to Walewski." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and replied to Queen Augusta, "You can't count on me for everything. The minister serves me, not my emperor serving him. Don't you serve Walewski less often?" Queen Augusta teased. "I'm not afraid that Walewski made a mistake." Jerome Bonaparte responded awkwardly. Queen Augusta is right. Since Jerome Bonaparte became president, he has directly received as many foreign envoys as the foreign secretary. Over time, both domestic and foreign affairs departments know that the real foreign ministry of France is in the Tuileries Palace, and the Usurper is just a furnishing. "What? Are you not afraid now?" Queen Augusta teased Jerome Bonaparte again. "Stop talking about this. Pack up, let's go." Jerome Bonaparte had to change the subject and replied to Queen Augusta. Just as Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta were about to go on an outing to the Bois de Boulogne, carriages carrying foreign ministers passed by the Concorde Bridge and then went all the way west to the diplomatic office at Orsay Ministry Gate. When each minister stepped out of the carriage and entered the foreign ministry building, the crowd burst into cheers of "Long live peace, long live Napoleon." As the first group of foreign ministers, prime ministers, of the 7 countries of Indo-Russian Puri Code, to arrive at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they were immediately welcomed by the civilian bureaucrats headed by the Secretary of State. As soon as they stepped into the building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, "Ministers, please come with me," the Secretary of State respectfully said to everyone present, and then led the way for the representatives of the 7 countries. Under the guidance of the Secretary of State, the representatives of the 7 countries quickly came to the Ambassador Hall on the first floor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The first person that everyone who entered the hall saw was a large round table made of green velvet, with 12 tables and chairs placed beside the round table. As the 8 ministers of the 7 countries mainly involved in the Crimean War, Nesharodayan, Gorkakov represent the 2 Russian governments respectively, will discuss the issues at the round table, and around the round table there are also dozens of chairs in the circle, which are the places where representatives of some irrelevant countries need to sit. As for why some unrelated countries come to join in the fun, a large part of the reason lies in the Vienna Conference. When the Vienna Congress divided the cake, the kings of various countries who were expelled by Napoleon came to the Vienna Congress with a try and tried to seek to return to the throne. And the result really made their hopes come true. Most of the kings expelled by Napoleon regained their thrones, and a few lucky ones, Kingdom of Sardinia, even annexed some countries, Republic of Genoa, on the original basis as compensation. After the partition of Vienna was over, European countries also became enthusiastic about participating in the conference. Whether there was or not, they all liked to participate in the past. If you can really get any benefits from the division, then it would be better. Even if there is no benefit, it is not a waste of time to strengthen the connection between you reading www.urkanshu.com and the powerful country. On the wall in front of the auditorium and the background table, a scarlet curtain was hung. After the Secretary of State ordered his subordinates to open the curtain, the portraits of Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta hung on the wall. The two people in the portrait are facing the round table, as if to tell the representative that their every move cannot escape their sight. There is a fireplace on the left side of the portrait, and on the table next to the fireplace is a marble statue of Emperor Napoleon, which has been unpopular with any country's monarchs for more than 40 years. Now, with the efforts of Jerome Bonaparte and the Second Empire, the monarchs of various countries have to face this statue, because behind the statue is a powerful French empire. Everyone, please wait a moment. The state secretary saluted again to everyone present. His Excellency Minister Walewski, you will come downstairs soon. The foreign ministers of the 7 countries nodded, then sat down according to the names on the round table. After a while, ambassadors from Denmark, Württemberg, Bavaria, Greece, Hanover, Saxony, Poland, Prince Czartoryski also served. Greece, Naples and other ambassadors came to the scene. They sat in the audience and waited quietly for the peace conference start point. The content of the chapters in the web version is slow. Please download the iRead app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the iRead app to read the latest chapter. PenFunPy provides you with the fastest Make France Great Again update. Chapter 757 of the Paris Peace Conference is free to read. https://chapter 758, Polish Divide. When the grandfather clock placed in the ambassador's hall pointed to 1:55, Walewski, the foreign minister of the French Empire, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, including the Earl of Clarendon, stood up and paid tribute to the minister in front of him. As the arbiter of the entire peace conference, Walewski first glanced at the 8 ministers sitting at the round table, then glanced at the envoys of various countries in the audience, and slowly said, "Everyone, please sit." After hearing Walewski's words, everyone present sat down one after another. Walewski slowly walked to the center of the round table and sat down with his back to the portraits of Jerome Bonaparte and Auguste. Walewski, who was sitting in his seat, quietly waited for the start of the meeting, and soon the grandfather clock placed in the hall made 2 dull beeps, and the time had come to 2 o'clock when the meeting started. As the arbiter of the conference, Walewski stood up solemnly and declared, "With the grace of His Majesty the Emperor of the French Empire and the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, I have been appointed as the host of this Near East Peace Conference. I sincerely thank all the ministers and envoys present for coming to Paris with the idea of peace and participating in this conference that cheers the future of the whole of Europe. I sincerely hope that through this meeting, I can advance the path of peaceful development across Europe. Let the light of reason re-illuminate the whole of Europe." In the beginning, Walewski chose the tone of HTC and named the theme of this meeting, that is, to completely end the war between Britain and France against the Russian Empire. The so-called peace concept that followed was nothing more than routine nonsense spoken by Walewski. Everyone present knew the value of peace, but peace was not worth mentioning in the face of absolute interests. If there is not enough interest as the driving force for the adventure, everyone present will become a pacifist. Although everyone present knew these simple and easy to understand truths, they had to wait patiently to listen to Walewski finish. After all, this is a right peculiar to the arbitrating state. When Walewski finished speaking about the idea of peaceful development, the people present also applauded Walewski's speech as usual. "Thank you." Walewski bowed humbly to everyone present, and then sat down again. After the applause was over, Walewski glanced at the people present again, and said to them in a cadenced tone, "Since we are a peace conference in the Near East, then the countries in the Near East are indispensable. Minister Fuad." Walewski turned his attention to Fuad, the foreign minister of the Ottoman Empire, and Fuad hurriedly got up after hearing Walewski's cry. Immediately afterwards, Walewski said to Fuad, "As one of the most important countries in the Near East, I want you to take the lead. What do you think?" "Of course." Fuad responded to Walewski with a nod. Then, "Let's begin." Walewski replied with a smile. Minister Fuad, who received Walewski's fire signal, immediately turned on his fire. He directly denounced the Russian Empire's persecution of the Ottoman Empire and claimed that the war was provoked by the Russian Empire alone. So the Russian Empire should take full responsibility. Immediately afterwards, Fuad put forward the terms of himself. Actually, he negotiated with Verevsky. In addition to the conditions promised by the Russian Empire before, there is also the hope that the Russian Empire can withdraw from the Caucasus so that the Caucasus can become an independent country, and at the same time, the Ottoman Empire must be given £5 million in compensation. In the face of Fuad's conditions, both Nesherode, who represented the government of Duke Golitsyn, and Ambassador Gorkakov, who represented the government of the Orthodox monarchy, expressed opposition. Ambassador Gorkakov said that Fuad's behavior was looting the Russian Empire. Their purpose was not to make up for their losses, but to solve the Russian Empire once and for all. Nesselrode also claimed that Fuad's conditions were too harsh, and that they made it clear that they wanted Russia to die. He believed that every country with a conscience would not allow this to happen. After speaking, Nesherode gave Walewski a meaningful look. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Verevsky also said to Fuad, "Minister Fuad, we are discussing how to maintain peace in the Near East once and for all, not how to destroy Russia. Your conditions are a bit harsh." Fuad hurriedly apologized to Nesherode and Gorkakov after hearing this, and then sat down again. Walewski went on to say, "The conditions of Minister Fuad are indeed a bit harsh for the Russian Empire, but this also opens up a good start for our next talks. I hope you can speak enthusiastically." Later, Walewski turned his attention to the auditorium and said the same thing to the national envoy sitting in the auditorium. If the representatives in the auditorium have any unique understanding, they can also stand up and speak. Our meeting is not only for the whole Near East, but for the whole of Europe. The advice of each of you has the potential to be the cornerstone of peace throughout Europe. As soon as Walewski's voice fell, Prince Czartoryski got up from the audience and said to Minister Walewski, "Your Excellency Walewski, can you let me, the old man, say a few words?" The 9 ministers sitting at the round table had different expressions on their faces. The representatives of Austria and Britain showed a smile on their faces. The representatives of Switzerland, Saskatchewan, Turkey, and France showed dismay of Prussia, and Prussia showed helpless expressions. Of course, Minister Walewski asked Czartoryski, pretending to be ignorant, "Mr. Czartoryski, I don't know which country you represent now, Minister." "Waruski, I represent Poland in my home country." Czartoryski replied to the Walla Lunar New Year season with a solemn face, "Poland, I remember that Poland should be under the rule of the Russian Empire. Shouldn't you and Russia be under the same monarchy?" Walewski pretended to be ignorant to Cheryl. Prince Czartoryski replied, "Your Excellency, we did develop under the protection of His Majesty Emperor Nicholas I before, but now we have separated from the Russian Empire. Now Poland is an independent country, although these conversations have been rehearsed in advance." Prince Czartoryski still showed an excited expression when he said Polish independence, independence. Minister Walewski turned his attention to Ambassador Gorkakov and Nesherode and asked, "Mr. Nesherode, Mr. Gorkakov," Prince Czartoryski said, "Is it true?" "It's true." Nesherode and Gorkakov responded in unison. Then he did not forget to put gold on his face and said that it was because of the kindness of their monarch that the Polish people could be independent. Prince Czartoryski did not refute the fact that Nesherode and Ambassador Gorkakov had driven the Polish people out of the Russian army from the Warsaw region independently, claiming that the Russian Empire retreated voluntarily. Although Poland and Russia are destined to become enemies, he still hopes that the time when the two countries will completely turn against each other will be a little later. "Mr. Czartoryski, what system are you going to implement in Poland?" Walewski asked Czartoryski again. "Mr. Walewski, we want to implement a monarchy in Poland." Prince Czartoryski said to Walewski, "And we have chosen a suitable monarch in Germany. Would it be convenient for you to reveal who the monarch you have chosen is?" Walewski continued to Prince Czartoryski, who only wanted to tell Prussia and the Russian Empire from Czartoryski's mouth. You reading www.urkanshu.com. The choice of the monarch of the Kingdom of Poland. We have chosen Archduke Maximilian, who has both good character and character, as the future Archduke of Warsaw. Czartoryski replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Immediately afterwards, Mandoffel, the Prussian minister, along with Nesherode and Gorkakov, unanimously disagreed with Czartoryski's opinion. If Poland were to be handed over to the Habsburgs, Prussia and Russia would be in danger, and Earl of Clarendon also expressed his attitude at this time. I think Grand Duke Maximilian can be an excellent monarch. What do you think of Mr. Boer? Clarendon turned his attention to Boer, who needed a statement from the Austrian Empire. I don't know what the purpose of Prussia and Russia is to prevent Grand Duke Maximilian from going to Warsaw to inherit the position of Grand Duke, but our Austrian Empire firmly supports Poland's decision. Count Boer said without showing weakness to the representatives of Russia and Prussia. Point regarding the succession of Grand Duke Maximilian to the Grand Duke of Warsaw. The Austrian Empire has already moved forward with the attitude of fighting against Prussia and the Russian Empire. Mr. Mandoffel, Mr. Nesherody, Mr. Gorkakov, what are your reasons for objection? Minister Werewski asked the three ministers. The Kingdom of Poland, as a former vassal of the Russian Empire, should have us choose a suitable heir for it. Ambassador Gorkakov replied to Verusky with plausibility, so I propose that it should be located somewhere in the German region. Looking for a suitable person to be the monarch in a small state. I agree too. Mandoffy responded immediately. Chapter 759, Turning over old accounts and shelving disputes. Walewski, who had long expected that the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire would hold opposing opinions, was still sitting calmly in the chair. Since everyone has differences on the issue of the inheritance of the Kingdom of Poland, then I suggest that the issue of the Polish monarch be put on hold for the time being. After we have resolved all other issues, we will discuss the candidate for the Polish monarch. What do you guys think? He suggested in a neutral tone. As soon as Walewski's voice fell, Count Boer and Earl Clarendon showed a look of consternation on their faces. They didn't understand what the Walewski was doing. Grand Duke Maximilian was obviously hot. The people chosen by Bonaparte. Why did Walewski not stand on their side? Mandoffy, Gorkakov and Nesselrody also showed some surprises. They also thought that France and Austria were on the same front in this matter. Could it be that there is something else? What a turnaround. Of course, the one who was most surprised was Prince Czartoryski, who was also bewildered by Walewski's actions. Could it be that France is going to change its mind again? I agree. Mandoffel immediately agreed with Walewski's opinion. The best outcome of this matter is that Archduke Maximilian relinquishes the Polish throne, and the worst outcome is to agree to Archduke Maximilian's accession to the throne. Since Walewski said that it would be put on hold, what reason do they have for disagreeing? I agree too. Ambassador Gorkakov and Nesherody also responded. Then, Walewski turned his attention to Sardinia, Sweden and the Ottoman Empire. The three foreign ministers also followed Walewski's train of thought and agreed to put it on hold for the time being. In this way, the issue of the selection of the Polish monarch was temporarily shelved. Immediately afterwards, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden stood up and explained to everyone the historical origins between the Grand Duchy of Finland and the Kingdom of Sweden, so he hoped to reunite the Grand Duchy of Finland and the Kingdom of Sweden. Mr. Nesherody, Mr. Gorkakov, what do you two think? Walewski asked Nesherody and Gorkakov what they saw. What can the two people who have no Russian army in the current Grand Duchy of Finland have any opinion? They can only express their willingness to support the reintegration of the Grand Duchy of Finland by the Kingdom of Sweden. However, as the foreign minister of Golitsyn's government, Nesherody politely asked Walewski, in order to prevent a possible conflict between the Kingdom of Sweden and Russia, the Karelia region should still be in the hands of the Russian Empire. What do you think? Walewski turned his attention to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden. Of course. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden knew, of course, that the Russian Empire could not be forced too much on this issue, so the Karelia region had been reserved in the Russian Empire. Subsequently, Ambassador Gorkakov also made a suggestion. Since it is a territorial exchange, should the Kingdom of Sweden also return the Kingdom of Norway, which was obtained by the Vienna Conference, to the Kingdom of Denmark? As soon as this suggestion came out, the Kingdom of Denmark, sitting in the audience, suddenly felt as if it had been hit by a big gift bag that fell from the sky. Could it be that at this Paris Peace Conference, they, Denmark, can not only recover some of the islands occupied by the Russian Empire, but also take back Norway, which was lost at the Vienna Conference? Once Denmark takes over the Kingdom of Norway, it is equivalent to locking the entire Baltic Sea firmly In the future, ships going to and from the Baltic Sea will have to pay taxes to the Kingdom of Denmark before they can pass through. The rich life of the Kingdom of Denmark can be said to be just around the corner. Of course, all of this depends on what the three countries of France, Britain, and Austria think about sitting in the seats. In the face of Ambassador Gorkakov's ill-intentioned proposal, the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Sweden was about to bring the war to the Kingdom of Prussia, because it would allow them to gain the support of the Austrian Empire. So, the Swedish foreign minister angrily told Ambassador Gorkakov that in the Vienna conference, the Kingdom of Sweden not only lost Finland, but also Pomerania. If you want the Kingdom of Sweden to drop Norway, you have to ask Prussia to return Pomerania. Mandöffel, who was affected by the pondfish, glanced at the Swedish foreign minister blankly. He did not understand whether the sword of the Kingdom of Prussia was no longer hard, or whether the Kingdom of Sweden itself was floating, and the problem between the Kingdom of Sweden and the Russian Empire was burning to the head of their Kingdom of Prussia. Since the Kingdom of Sweden is willing to raise old accounts, then Mandöffel is also unceremoniously to raise old accounts. Mandöffel responded to the Swedish foreign minister that the Kingdom of Prussia could return Pomerania, but they hoped to return the territory lost by the Vienna Conference, Prussian Poland, so that the Kingdom of Prussia would naturally return Pomerania. This decision was immediately opposed by the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Great Britain. At the same time, the Kingdom of Saxony also stood up and demanded that the Kingdom of Prussia return the Saxony territory they had occupied at the Congress of Vienna. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more out of control, Walewski knocked on the table, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. After a while, Walewski said with a serious face, "Everyone, please calm down. Our peace conference this time is to discuss peace in Europe, not to leave you with old accounts. If you follow your ideas, the whole of Europe will probably experience another earth-shaking change." Everyone present agreed with Walewski's words in their hearts. According to this trend of turning over old accounts, another war is bound to usher. As for the issue of Norway's ownership, after thinking for a while, Walewski turned to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden and said, "Then Norwegian citizens will make their own decisions. What do you think?" "Yes." The Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden nodded and replied to Walewski, "Anyway, now the whole of Norway is in their hands. Of course they can make up their minds on behalf of the entire Norwegian citizens. Mr. Gorkakov, what do you think?" Walewski looked at Ambassador Gorkakov. Ambassador Gorkakov, who originally wanted to muddy the water, had no choice but to withdraw his action after seeing Walewski go off in person. "Okay, let's move on to the next question." Walewski nodded with satisfaction. After nearly 5 hours of discussion, the entire meeting officially adjourned at 7 o'clock in the evening. The ministers left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a carriage, and Walewski ordered his state secretaries to organize and bind the minutes of today's meeting. He was going to the Tuileries Palace to tell Jerome Guérin all about the meeting. Bonaparte listened. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs spent nearly half an hour binding all the contents of the minutes of the meeting and handing them over to Walewski. Walewski took the bound content and got into a carriage to the Tuileries Palace. When Walewski entered the Tuileries Palace to find Mocha, the chief executive of the Tuileries Palace, Mocha told Walewski that the emperor was eating in the dining room. "Then please take me to the study." Walewski decided to wait in the study for the end of the emperor's meal. "Please, come with me." Mocha took Walewski to Jerome Bonaparte's study, then turned and left. After a while, Mocha appeared in front of Walewski again. "Mr. Walewski, your majesty invites you to dinner." Walewski put the minutes of the meeting in his hand on the desk and followed Mocha to the restaurant. Walewski, who entered the restaurant, saw not only Jerome Bonaparte, but also August in the restaurant. Queen Star. This time, Walewski's expression became slightly embarrassed, and he felt as if he had become a superfluous figure. "Walewski, sit down." Jerome Bonaparte scooped a spoonful of soup and pointed to the vacant seat on the left to invite Walewski to sit down. "Yes." Walewski sat on Jerome Bonaparte's left hand. After a banquet, Walewski felt a sense of collapse. After the banquet, Queen Augusta told Jerome Bonaparte not to stay up late and return to his room. Watching Queen Augusta disappear into the corridor, Jerome Bonaparte, who had his back turned to Walewski, reprimanded with a trace of anger. "Walewski, Riyadh 1.com, I need an explanation." Walewski immediately realized that Jerome Bonaparte already knew what happened in the hall, and he said quickly, "Your Majesty, please move to the study. I will explain it to you personally, okay?" Jerome Bonaparte nodded and followed Walewski to the study. "Your Majesty, here are the minutes of today's meeting. Please take a look at it." Walewski respectfully handed the minutes of the meeting to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte looked through the minutes of the meeting page by page. Except for the issue of the Polish monarch, Jerome Bonaparte was quite satisfied. "Walewski." Jerome Bonaparte's tone was calmer. "Do you have a different opinion on the question of the Polish monarch?" Walewski humbly told Jerome Bonaparte of his own judgment that he believed that the issue of the Polish monarch involved too many countries. Although the French Empire had appointed the Grand Duke Maximilian as the Kingdom of Poland, it did not should go straight off the field point. Because the French Empire is now the arbiter's position, all interests should be kept under the appearance of neutrality. Therefore, the promotion of the election of the Polish monarch should be handed over to the Austrian Empire. They can join forces with other countries to put pressure on the Kingdom of Prussia and Russia to make the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire abandon their proposals. In this way, the French Empire can declare the victory of the Austrian Empire in the name of the arbiter. https://b/63/63321/ 1 second remember UN.com. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 760. Infighting during recess. After hearing Walewski's explanation, Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction and gave Walewski an order. "Now you go to the embassy in Austria and tell me everything you said to me, to Minister Bauer, so that he can be fully prepared. By the way, when will the next meeting start?" "Your Majesty, there will be a second meeting the day after tomorrow." Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "I see." Jerome Bonaparte nodded again, and then urged Walewski to go to the ambassador to Austria as soon as possible to inform Minister Bauer of the details. Because Jerome Bonaparte himself is not very optimistic about Bauer's political sense, the current Count of Bauer is not to say that he is compared with the deceased Schwarzenberg, even if he is compared with Met, who has lost his energy now. Prince Nirvana is not as good. The reason why such a person can serve as the foreign minister is not only because the Austrian Empire itself has not produced many outstanding talents, but also because Franz Joseph's own vision is particularly bad. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte was a little worried that Count Bauer would misunderstand the attitude of the French Empire and make some decisions that were not conducive to the relationship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire. P.S. The history of Count Bauer was because of his stupid foreign policy in the Crimean War, which led to the unprecedented isolation of the Austrian Empire from 1856 to 1860. Moreover, in the Franco-Austrian War in 1860, he did not follow the advice of Prince Metternich and use the powers of the foreign minister to block Franz Joseph, which led to a disaster. On the other hand, Walewski, who didn't know much about the brilliant history of Count Bauer, felt that Jerome Bonaparte ordered him to go to the embassy in Austria to remind Count Bauer that it was a bit unnecessary. He was from France. Foreign minister, not an Austrian nanny. Besides, it must not be a fool for Earl Bauer to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he must have already recalled his intentions, since His Majesty the Emperor insisted that he make a trip in person. Walewski had to obey the Emperor's order. Just when Walewski was about to leave, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly stopped Walewski. "Your Majesty, what other orders do you have?" Walewski stopped and turned to ask Jerome Bonaparte. "I remember your son Alexander is now 10 years old." Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. "Yes." Walewski answered honestly. "If you have a chance, take him to the Tuileries Palace." Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski. "Yes." This time, Walewski answered more forcefully. He knew that his son Alexander's future prosperity and wealth could be said to be almost certain, as long as he did not commit suicide. If Alexander has a little bit of ability, then there is the possibility of taking his place. "Okay. It's getting late. You can go quickly." Jerome Bonaparte waved at Walewski. Excited, Walewski left Jerome Bonaparte's study and arrived at the gate of the embassy in Austria in an inconspicuous carriage. At this time, the embassy in Austria was still brightly lit. Foreign Minister Boer and Austrian Ambassador to France Richard Metternich were sitting on the sofa discussing what happened today. What do you mean? The French Foreign Minister Walewski deliberately made things difficult for us? As the client, the Count of Boer frowned and asked Richard Metternich, Your Excellency, I don't think Mr. Walewski is making things difficult. From what I see, Walewski's purpose is nothing more than to be a neutral arbiter between us, the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire. Fight each other. Richard Metternich shook his head and explained to Minister Paul, after all, as the host of the Paris Peace Conference, the French Empire cannot blindly favor us. Otherwise, they will cause dissatisfaction in other countries. As a result, the arbiter is lost, which is fair. After listening to Richard Metternich's explanation, Count Boer immediately realized that this operation of Walewski was not the trick that Prince Metternich used to do, hiding one's inclination under the premise of fairness, and then relying on the consent of the majority to suppress the opposing party. Damn, how could I forget this? Earl Boer thought to himself. Then he looked at Richard Metternich with kind eyes and said, Richard, I can call you that. It's Milner. Richard Metternich responded humbly, Richard, I can bet you that my position will belong to you 10 years from now. Count Boer praised Richard Metternich, in you, I seem to see Prince Metternich's shadow. Compared with my father, I'm still far behind. Richard Metternich responded modestly, don't worry, you still have 10 years to hone. No one can reach the sky in one step. Earl Boer said to Richard Metternich. 10 years, snort. Richard Metternich snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that Count Boer was implying that he would not compete with him for the position of foreign minister for 10 years. After 10 years, the foreign secretary will naturally fall into his hands. And how could Richard Metternich obey Count Boer's arrangement and wait for 10 years? He had to climb as high as possible while his father was still alive. Because only in this way can he inherit Prince Metternich's connections and scumbags. Once Prince Metternich dies, those connections and relationships will be greatly reduced. Therefore, it is impossible for Richard Metternich to wait 10 years before taking action in the position of foreign minister. Once he finds a chance, then Richard Metternich will not hesitate to shoot at Count Boer. This is what he learned in the Crimea with Jérôme Bonaparte. The current Richard Metternich must learn to disguise so that Count Boer does not feel his threat. Only in this way can he unexpectedly cause the death of Earl Boer. Although Richard Metternich was dismissive of Count Boer in his heart, he humbly told Count Boer that his experience was still shallow and he needed someone with rich experience like Count Boer to check it out. Just as Count Boer and Richard Metternich started to make hypocritical touts, a servant in the French embassy came to Count Boer and interrupted the two of them to tell them that they were visiting. Count Boer immediately asked about the origin of the guest. The other party is Walewski, the French foreign minister. The servant replied to the Count of Boer, Walewski. Both Count Boer and Richard Metternich had surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't understand why Walewski came to visit late at night. After a few seconds, Count Boer spoke to his servant and said, then why don't you invite Minister Walewski over soon? Yes. The servant hurried to the gate and invited Walewski to enter the embassy. After a while, Walewski appeared in front of Count Boer and Richard Metternich. The two shook hands with Count Boer and sat down. Mr. Walewski, what's the matter with the late night visit? Count Boer asked Walewski with a solemn expression. Mr. Boer, I'm here for this afternoon. Walewski hurriedly explained to Count Boer that his actions this afternoon were not intended to target the Austrian Empire. No. Count Boer showed off the conversation between Richard Met and him just now. We will win the unanimous consent of other countries, and we will not embarrass France. I don't worry about that. Walewski showed a relieved smile on his face. At this point, his goal can be considered achieved, since you've seen it, Mr. Boer, then I'm doing this for nothing. Walewski said to Count Boer half jokingly, and then bid farewell to Count Boer politely. Please wait a moment, Count Boer said, while giving Richard Metternich a wink. Richard Metternich immediately understood what Count Boer meant, and he got up and left the living room. After a while, when Richard Metternich appeared in the living room again, there was an extra box in his hand. Richard Metternich gave the box in his hand to Count Boer, and then Count Boer gave the box to Walewski. No, I can't accept this. Walewski reservedly rejected Count Boer's gift. Mr. Walewski, we are friends. Count Boer asked Walewski with a smile. Of course. Walewski nodded to Count Boer. This is my gift to you as a friend. I hope you won't refuse it. Count Boer shoved the box into Walewski's hand. Then, I will accept it. Walewski accepted the gift from Count Boer anyway. Taking bribes is an unspoken rule in the diplomatic world. As long as there is no overly important information, most monarchs will not confiscate this property. Thank you very much. Looking at Walewski, who accepted the bribe, Count Boer breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Walewski left the embassy, and sitting in the carriage, he opened the gift given to him by Count Boer. There is a whole box of gold utensils in the box, and if it is sold in the market, it will be at least 100,000 to 200,000 francs. The Austrian Empire is quite generous, Walewski muttered in a low voice. During the rest of the next day, Count Boer secretly went to the embassies of various countries, except Prussia and Russia, to discuss the situation. After receiving bribes from Count Boer, the vast majority of countries indicated that they would definitely support the Austrian Empire at the next meeting. https://b/63/63321/ 1 second remember UN.com. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 761. Stupid Prussian Foreign Minister. While Count Boer was waving the gems and gold bricks handed to him by the Habsburgs and taking bribes, Mandafir of the Kingdom of Prussia was also not idle either. In order to dismount Maximilian from the position of Grand Duke of Warsaw, he found Ambassador Gorchakov and Ambassador Nesherody successively. It was learned from their mouths that the next meeting would continue to oppose Maximilian's appointment as Archduke of Warsaw, and he began to visit the embassies of various countries non-stop to try to play up the Austrian threat theory. To gain support, he first went to the Bavarian embassy to warn the Bavarian ambassador that if the Austrian Empire succeeded in letting the Grand Duke Maximilian succeed the Grand Duke, their influence in the entire Central European region would be greatly enhanced. At that time, it will be difficult for Bavaria to maintain Germany's third position. In the face of Mandafir's provocation, the Bavarian ambassador humbly that the Kingdom of Bavaria never wanted to be the third German nation. Bavaria believed that the German princes should help each other within the framework of the Confederation, and should not demolish each other. Seeing that the Bavarian kingdom was unethical, Mandafir had to respond, give up, and then he randomly found a reason to leave the Bavarian embassy. Watching Mandafir leave, the Bavarian ambassador hurriedly sent his secretary to the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Austrian embassy to report the situation. Between the Kingdom of Prussia and Fao, Bavaria still distinguishes which is more important. On the other hand, Mandafir, who had left the Bavarian embassy, found the Earl of Clarendon, the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Britain. He also preached the threat of the Austrian Empire to Count Clarendon. He told Count Clarendon that once the Austrian Empire integrated Poland, they would gradually weaken the influence of the Kingdom of Prussia in the German Confederation, thus achieving a centralized power. Purpose. After Earl Clarendon patiently listened to Mandafir's argument, he couldn't help but wonder if Mandafir's mind was sober in the eyes of Count Clarendon. The stronger the Austrian Empire in Europe, the more in line with the foreign policy of the British Kingdom's offshore balance point, because a strong Austrian Empire is likely to cause France and Russia to jointly target. At that time, the Austrian Empire will have to beg the Kingdom of Britain for help. Although Count Clarendon has made up his mind to continue to support the Grand Duke Maximilian as the Grand Duke of Warsaw, he did not directly reject him like the ambassador of the Kingdom of Bavaria. And with an ambiguous attitude, he responded to Mandafir. As the Prussian foreign minister, after hearing the ambiguous attitude of the Earl of Clarendon, he thought that the Earl of Clarendon had changed his mind and chose to support them. He hurriedly thanked the Earl of Clarendon and sent the prepared gift to the Earl of Clarendon. P.S. During this period, Prussia's diplomacy basically belonged to the level of being played around. It was not until Bismarck came to power that Prussia's diplomacy improved. However, after Bismarck stepped down, Prussian diplomacy returned to its original starting point. The Earl of Clarendon unceremoniously accepted the gift and then sent the Mandoffel out in person. After leaving the British embassy, Mandoffel felt that he had already won the support of Britain, and it should be a sure thing to get the support of France. After all, the reason why the candidate for the Grand Duke of Warsaw has not been determined is all because Walewski suddenly stopped. From this point of view, the attitude of the French Empire towards Maximilian's succession to the Grand Duke of Warsaw is also in a state of wavering. As long as Mandoffel can work harder, he might be able to win over the French Empire. As a result, Mandoffel, who felt good about himself, arrived at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Mr. Mandoffel, you are early. The meeting starts tomorrow." The Secretary of State in charge of receiving Mandoffel reminded Mandoffel, "I'm here to see His Excellency Walewski." Mandoffel said to the Secretary of State, "Where is Lord Walewski now, Minister?" "Walewski, he is still in the Tuileries Palace." The Secretary of State replied to Mandoffel, "I wonder what you have to do with him?" "I'm here for Poland's problems." Mandoffel pleaded with the Secretary of State, "Would you please go to the Tuileries and help me call Minister Walewski?" After hesitating for a moment, the State Secretary nodded and said to Mandoffel, "Mr. Mandoffel, please wait here for a moment." After finishing speaking, the Secretary of State ordered Mandoffel to be taken to a lounge, and he would take a carriage to the Tuileries Palace to tell Walewski the news of Mantoffel's arrival. As for whether Walewski will come or not, it is up to him. The carriage set off from the Orsay Pier all the way west and soon arrived in front of a bridge. After crossing the bridge and continuing to drive north to the Champs-Élysées, the Tuileries Palace garden appeared in front of you. Because the carriage that the Secretary of State was riding in had not been reported in advance, the carriage that entered the gardens of the Tuileries Palace finally arrived at the Tuileries Palace after another checkpoint. The Secretary of State, who got off the carriage, trotted into the hall and found Mocha, the head of the royal family, director. "Mocha, where is Minister Walewski now?" the State Secretary asked last night while wearing rough clothes. "Walewski is now chatting with His Majesty in the guest room on the 3rd floor. Mocha replied to the Secretary of State, "Could you please call Your Excellency the Minister?" The Secretary of State implored Mocha. "What happened?" Mocha asked. The Secretary of State told Mocha that Mandoffel had been appointed to discuss the Polish issue with Minister Walewski during his visit to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After listening to Mocha, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to help you inform Walewski." Mocha quickly climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor of the house and then arrived at a guest room with a closed door. Through the crack of the door of the guest room, the laughter in the guest room could be heard. Mocha knew that it was not good to enter the door at this time, but he had to be blind. So, Mocha knocked gently on the door. The laughter at the door stopped abruptly after the knock on the door, and after a while, Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached Mocha's ear. "Please come in." Mocha took a deep breath, pushed open the door and said, "Your Majesty." "Mocha, is something wrong?" Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the seat, asked Mocha. "Your Majesty, the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is visiting." Mercury replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Secretary of State for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?" Jerome Bonaparte turned his eyes to the side of Walewski and joked, "Walewski, your people are here." There was a slight embarrassment on Walewski's face, and then he said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, please allow me to leave first." Jerome Bonaparte knew that the Secretary of State must have something to do with Walewski. He nodded and replied, "Yes." Then, he added, "Alexander will stay here first." "Yes." Walewski got up and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte before leaving. On the way to the hall, Walewski asked Mocha in detail why. When Walewski arrived in the hall, he immediately asked the Secretary of State, "Is the carriage still there?" "The carriage is still there." The Secretary of State replied hastily, "That's good." Mocha nodded, and then returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a carriage with the Secretary of State. Walewski, who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asked the Secretary of State again, "Which room is Mandoffel in now?" "PLZ. Follow me." Under the leadership of the Secretary of State, Walewski arrived in Mandoffel's room and met Mandoffel. The two shook hands enthusiastically and sat down on the back chairs. Mandoffel, who was sitting in the chair, did not get to the point at the beginning. He first apologized for the conflict between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire over the issue of the Principality of Luxembourg more than half a year ago. Walewski said generously that these are old things, and he and Emperor Jerome Bonaparte have already turned the pages. Mandefy once again thanked France for his generosity, and then began to get to the point. I'm here this time to discuss with you the choice of the Polish monarch. Mandefy said straight to Walewski, I don't think the candidate for the Polish monarch should be Grand Duke Maximilian. Subsequently, Mandefy gave his reasons that once the Grand Duke Maximilian became the Grand Duke of Warsaw, the whole of Poland would fall to the Austrian Empire, and the French Empire, the founder of Poland, would gradually lose its influence in Poland. Force. Mr. Mandefy, Grand Duke Maximilian is the person appointed by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Walewski said to Mandefy, I know that the purpose of your country is nothing more than to hope that the Austrian Empire can act as a vanguard against the Russian Empire. Mandefy said with an expression of wisdom in his hands, if I want to tell you, the Kingdom of Prussia can take over the position of the Austrian Empire and resist Russia. In the case of the Empire, is the French Empire willing to replace the candidate for the Kingdom of Poland? You? Walewski looked at Mandefy suspiciously. Judging from his expression, he really didn't believe that the Kingdom of Prussia would resist the Russian Empire. Mandefy immediately told Walewski that the Kingdom of Prussia was hated by Russia for not helping the Russian Empire because of the Crimean War, so the relationship between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire was difficult to return before. Rather than remain united with the Russian Empire, join the ranks of France. As long as the French Empire is willing to promise them not to make Grand Duke Maximilian the monarch of Poland, the Kingdom of Prussia is willing to replace the Austrian Empire as a *** against the Russian Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, Prussia. One woke up and turned against the world. The Kingdom of Prussia is willing to contribute its own strength to the peace of Europe. That would be great. Walewski said to Mandefy with a smile, and he seemed to agree with Mandefy's idea. So, the French Empire is willing to support us? Mandefy excitedly asked Walewski. As long as the opposition of the Kingdom of Prussia can be supported by the vast majority of countries at tomorrow's meeting tomorrow, the French Empire will naturally follow. Walewski continued to use ambiguous words to fool Mandefy. And what Walewski said, Mandefy sounded no doubt that he was supporting them in disguise, because the Kingdom of Prussia had convinced the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Britain. Mandefy thought, as long as these two, if a country is willing to stop the Austrian Empire from attacking Poland, the French Empire will naturally follow. Thank you very much. Mandefy nodded to Walewski. Mr. Mandefy, if you have nothing else to do, let's end our conversation here. Walewski ordered Mandefy to evict the guest. Thank you for coming here in person, Mr. Walewski. Mandefy stretched out his hand and said, Walewski, it's nothing. This is what I should do. Walewski still smiled and said to Mandefy. When Mandefy's hand was held together with Walewski's hand, Mandefy suddenly approached Walewski and whispered in Walewski's ear, Walewski, Mr. Sky, I have sent a gift to your mansion. I hope you are satisfied. After Mandefy finished speaking, he quickly let go of Walewski's hand and distanced himself from Walewski. Thank you very much. Walewski nodded indifferently and responded. Then Mandefy left the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while Walewski returned to the Tuileries in a carriage. When Walewski arrived at the Tuileries Palace, Mocha hurriedly told Walewski that Jerome Bonaparte was waiting for him in the study. Under the leadership of Mocha, Walewski entered the study. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was sitting on the back chair with his legs crossed, and the arrival of Walewski made him put his legs down. What did Mandefy tell you? Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting upright, asked calmly. Walewski hurriedly told Jerome Bonaparte the entire content of the conversation between Mandefy and him. After listening to Walewski's description, Jerome Bonaparte showed a dismayed expression. With confidence in his expression, He never thought that the diplomatic line of the Kingdom of Prussia could develop in the direction of Wei Yi. Decades earlier, the Russian Empire, which was supposed to be a back-to-back ally, was actually sold by the Kingdom of Prussia. Does the Kingdom of Prussia despise its allies too much, or is it full of confidence in itself? Or because Prussia itself is a country with poor diplomacy, the appearance of Bismarck is a miracle? At this moment, Jerome Bonaparte was also a little unsure of his own diplomacy. He immediately asked Walewski, "Do you think the Kingdom of Prussia will really abandon the Russian Empire? Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Kingdom of Prussia to give up the Russian Empire. However, now I don't know." Walewski shook his head and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Forget it." Jerome Bonaparte also shook his head and replied to Walewski, "You immediately send someone to tell Nesherody and Gorchakov the news, and the rest don't worry about it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Walewski immediately replied to Jerome Bonaparte. "I'm afraid Manteuffel never imagined that Jerome Bonaparte would tell the Russian Empire the content of the meeting between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire. After all, the relationship between the French Empire and the Russian Empire will always be hostile in the eyes of all nations. Therefore, Manteuffel believed that what he said to Walewski would never reach Russia's ears. However, he would not have thought that the first place in Jerome Bonaparte's list of must-kill countries is not the Russian Empire, but the Kingdom of Prussia. After Walewski left the back study, he immediately dispatched his subordinates to tell Nesherody and Gorchakov about the conversation of Manteuffel. Both sides felt resentful about Manteufel's treachery behavior, and also wondered why Walewski told them this. "My Excellency Minister said that the relationship between the French Empire and the Russian Empire is not blindly hostile, but mutual competition and mutual cooperation. The goal of the Russian Empire should not be limited to going west, and going south is also a strategy." Nesherody and Gorchakov realized that France just didn't want them to continue to attack Europe. If the Russian Empire was willing to march into Central Asia, France might support them. The relationship between Britain and France is not as strong as imagined, and the Russian Empire may still be able to benefit from it. "Thank you to your minister for me." Time soon came to the start of the second meeting. As usual, the 8 ministers entered the hall and sat down first, and then the representatives of the countries in the audience also arrived in the hall. When the time came to 1:55, Walewski appeared in front of everyone again. "After a day's consideration, you must already have the answer in your heart. Let's wait quietly for another 5 minutes, and then reveal the answer," Walewski said solemnly. When the grandfather clock rang dully twice, the second meeting officially began. As the arbiter, Walewski once again repeated to everyone present the topic that was unresolved last time, the ownership of the monarchy of Poland. Then he pointed to Manteuffel, the representative of the Kingdom of Prussia who opposed Grand Duke Maximilian, and asked them if they still insisted that Maximilian was not suitable for the post of Grand Duke of Warsaw. Manteuffel firmly stated that the appointment of the Grand Duke Maximilian as the Grand Duke of Warsaw was itself a disruptive effect on the balance of European power, so he proposed to reject the Grand Duke Maximilian as the Grand Duke of Warsaw, and change it to Saxe-Gotha. The family or the Wittelsbach family chooses a suitable prince to succeed the position of Grand Duke of Poland. Only in this way can the balance of the entire European continent be maintained, and the peace in Europe will not face another collapse. In the face of Manteufel's speech, Count Boer expressed his opposition with a clear attitude. He believed that Grand Duke Maximilian's monarchy was the will of all Polish subjects, and the Kingdom of Prussia had no reason to object. As for the fact that Grand Duke Maximilian served as the Grand Council of Warsaw to disrupt the balance of the European continent, it is even more nonsense. The newly born Poland was not a vassal of the Austrian Empire, so the relationship between the Austrian Empire and Poland was purely a state-to-state relationship. As soon as Count Boer's voice fell, Walewski immediately called on all countries to vote on whether Grand Duke Maximilian should be the monarch of Poland. Just when Manteuffel was full of joy and thought he had the support of Britain and Russia, Russia first gave Manteuffel a heavy blow. Ambassador Gorchakov first expressed his attitude: "The Russian Empire supports Maximilian as the monarch of Poland." Afterwards, Nesherody also repeated a sentence, willing to support Grand Duke Maximilian as the monarch of Poland. Then, the Earl of Clarendon of the British Kingdom also smiled and said, "The British Kingdom supports the Grand Duke Maximilian as the monarch," with Britain and Russia as examples, the three countries of Switzerland, Saskatchewan, and Turkey, who were still hesitating, immediately expressed their support for Grand Duke Maximilian as the monarch of Poland. After 6 of the 8 ministers chose to support Grand Duke Maximilian, Walewski had no choice but to cast a helpless look at Mandofil at this time. Mandofil's eyes were dull and sluggish. Now he has never thought about this situation. He doesn't understand why the Russian Empire is not on his side, and why the British Kingdom will support the Austrian Empire. Just as Mandofil was stunned, Walewski's voice appeared in his ear. "Mr. Mandofil, Mr. Mandofil." The recovered Mandofil looked at Walewski with a hint of pleading in his eyes. He wanted Walewski to end it like last time. It's a pity that Walewski didn't do what he wanted. He just reminded him lightly, "Mr. Mandofil, is your Kingdom of Prussia still opposed to it?" Mandofil felt like he was stuck in his throat. He wanted to continue to hold opposing opinions, but he was afraid of the complete isolation of Britain, France, and Russia. "Mr. Mandofil, it's up to you to make a choice," Walewski reminded again intimately. Mandofil said to Walewski with difficulty. "Prussia agrees to Maximilian as the monarch of Poland." Seeing that the Kingdom of Poland, Prussia finally gave in, Walewski said with a smile, "Since we have passed it unanimously, then this issue can be turned over." Next, Walewski put the Danube Principality on the bright side and publicly announced that the Austrian Empire had the right to protect the Danube Principality, and Austrian troops could be stationed in the Danube Principality. Everyone present had basically no problem with this proposal. After resolving the ownership of the Danube Principality, Count Clarendon also debated whether Bessarabia should secede from Russia. Both Russia and the UK held their ground and were unwilling to give in. In the end, under the mediation of Walewski, both sides took a step back. Bessarabia can remain within the Russian framework, but must remain autonomous. https://79_79458/ 1 second. Remember the net. Mobile version reading website, chapter 762, exchange of interests and entrustment. After the second meeting, all issues that can be communicated on the surface have basically reached a compromise. Walewski, who was the host of the conference, announced on the spot that the third and final conference would be scheduled in a week. At that time, the Paris Peace Conference will give the final negotiation result, and no country or individual will be able to overturn the established facts of the Third Paris Conference. Everyone in the ambassadors hall knew very well that the reason why Walewski set the third meeting to be a week later was nothing more than suggesting that they would use this period of time to win over as many allies as possible. After all, today's Europe is still a diverse Europe, and no country has the ability to surpass all countries like the US imperialists of later generations, not even the Kingdom of Great Britain. Therefore, the quantity and quality of allies is the key to obtain the cake. As long as you can attract more allies, you can cut a large piece of the cake. Conversely, the fewer allies standing by your side, the less cake you can get. In this cake sharing conference, France, as the arbiter, has already been allocated its own cake: investment rights in the Russian Empire, investment rights in the Ottoman Empire, Luxembourg, ownership of Rhode Island, garrison rights in the Holy Land. These it had already been cut off by France before the peace meeting, so Walewski could sit firmly on the diorite and watch the various forces vying to win over him. Sure enough, on the night after the second meeting ended, the foreign minister of the Austrian Empire once again invited Minister Walewski to dine at the most luxurious Louvre hotel in Paris. The two exchanged glasses in the hotel, feeling very uncomfortable. After 3 rounds of drinking, Minister Bauer gave Walewski the gift he had prepared. How can this be done? Walewski rejected Minister Bauer righteously. "I feel ashamed of the gift I received last time. Mr. Bauer should take these back." Saying that, Walewski pushed back the gift that Count Bauer had pushed over. Seeing this, Count Bauer smiled and said to Walewski, "Mr. Walewski, the last time was a gift from our emperor, but this time, Grand Duke Maximilian gave you." In his telegram, he specifically asked me to give you this gift, to thank you for your support. Grand Duke Maximilian also said that this gift symbolizes the friendship between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Poland. Please be sure to accept it. After listening to Count Boer's words, Walewski immediately showed his acting talent like a movie king, with a moved expression on his face and said, "Since this gift represents the friendship between France and the Kingdom of Poland, how dare I destroy it? This true friendship. Then I accept it with a cheek. It's long overdue." Count Boer quietly pushed the gift to Walewski again, then raised his glass and said to Walewski, "Mr. Walewski, let us serve France to the friendship between the Empire and the Austrian Empire, to the friendship between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Poland, and the friendship between the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Poland." Walewski also raised his glass to remind, "Yes, yes, and the friendship between the Kingdom of Poland and the Austrian Empire." Count Boer hurriedly changed his tune and said to Walewski, "Point the two tall feet," made a crisp and sweet sound, and Count Boer and Walewski drank the Bordeaux wine in the glass. Count Boer, who brought the gift to Walewski, began to chat with Walewski. The two chatted from music to history, and then to family. When talking about his son, Count Boer told Walewski that he had never let him worry about his son's future until he had a son. Military attaché, he no longer has to worry about his son's future. Although the Kingdom of Poland is not as good as the Austrian Empire, their competition will not be as fierce as the Austrian Empire. If the Austrian Empire wants to climb to a high position, it needs to fight a path between the two political groups of Germany and Bohemia. The Hungarian political group has withdrawn from the stage after 1848. The hardships can only be understood by those who have experienced it, but in Poland it is different. The people who followed the Grand Duke Maximilian to Warsaw were the natural allies of the Grand Duke Maximilian. They only had to face the local forces of Russian Poland, and his allies were the nobles of the former Austrian Poland. In this case, the difficulty is much lower than in the Austrian Empire. After listening to Count Boer's words, Walewski felt a sense of sympathy in his heart. Why didn't he consider the future of his 10-year-old son before sending him to the Tuileries Palace? Hey, it's not easy being a parent. Walewski sighed. Yeah. Count Boer also nodded, then raised his glass again and said to Walewski, "Come, drink, drink." Count Boer and Walewski clinked glasses again until around 11 o'clock in the evening. The slightly drunk Walewski slowly got into the carriage he was riding in. The carriage carried Walewski back to the mansion. Walewski, who was lying in bed, rested until noon the next day before getting up. Walewski, who had just got up, was not fully awake when Walewski's wife told him that the foreign minister of the Russian Empire invited him to the Louvre Hotel tonight. After saying that, he sent a red invitation letter to Walewski. Walewski opened the invitation letter and looked at it for a long time, but did not see any minister who invited him in the invitation letter. The name of the inviter was Russian Empire. So, Walewski raised his head and asked his wife, "Did the person who sent the invitation say which Russian minister it was?" The wife shook her head and replied to Walewski, "The servant who sent the invitation gave me the invitation and left." Walewski frowned and muttered softly, "Who could it be?" Just when Walewski was thinking about which Russian government's foreign minister would invite him, the Tuileries Palace, where Jerome Bonaparte was located, also welcomed an uninvited guest. Mocker, who entered the room, looked at Jerome Bonaparte, who was looking at the expense report of the Century Exposition and the Paris Peace Conference, and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, Princess Mathilde wants to ask to see you, sister." Mathilde? Jerome Bonaparte put down the report in his hand and frowned slightly. He didn't understand why his sister came to the door at this time. Could it be that you are entrusted by others? Jerome Bonaparte thought of this possibility. After all, Cava, the dead fat man, had opened up the relationship with his sister. Maybe he wanted to rely on Mathilde to do Jerome Bonaparte's work. Now Jerome Bonaparte didn't dare to refuse Mathilde's visit, so he had to say to Mocker, "Let her in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mocker nodded and said to Jerome Bonaparte. After a while, Princess Mathilde appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's study. "Your Majesty." Mathilde, who had just entered the door, bowed solemnly to Jerome Bonaparte. Looking at this older sister whose painting style suddenly changed, Jerome Bonaparte immediately felt that something was wrong. As the so-called ritual is given to people, there must be something to ask for. The more respectful Princess Mathilde was to him, the more Jerome Bonaparte was afraid that she would make a condition that she could not fulfill. "Sister, you are too polite." Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly stretched out his hand and said to Princess Mathilde, "Sit, sit. Thank you, Your Majesty." Princess Mathilde bowed to Jerome Bonaparte again and sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte. Point after Mathilde sat down, Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly greeted Mockert to leave. "Mockert, you have nothing to do here. You go out first." "Yes." Mercury also bowed to Jerome. Princess Mathilde let out a soft voice, "And you reading www.urkanshu.com said in a teasing tone, I can't tell, since you, the Emperor of the Empire, also have moments of fear. Come on. What do you have to do with me?" Jerome Bonaparte asked the helpless Princess Mathilde. "Can't you come over if you have nothing to do?" Princess Mathilde asked back. "Of course you can." Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said to Princess Mathilde, "Sister, you can come over whenever you want. The Tuileries Palace welcomes you at any time." That sounds pretty good. Mathilde wanted to reach out and touch Jerome Bonaparte as she did when she was a child, but just as she stretched her hand halfway, she suddenly realized that her younger brother was already an Empire the Emperor. She can no longer be treated as before. "Sister, what do you have to do with me?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again, to ease Princess Mathilde's embarrassment. Princess Mathilde lowered her hand calmly and then replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Are you free at night?" Jerome Bonaparte nodded. Then Princess Mathilde told Jerome Bonaparte that Prime Minister Cavour entrusted her to entertain Jerome Bonaparte. "I hope Jerome Bonaparte can agree to his invitation. Sister, go back and tell Cavour, let him come to the Tuileries Palace this evening. It's reasonable that I should host a banquet for him. https://b/63/63321/1 second remember Lewin.com. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 764. 2 degrees. I see. Princess Mathilde nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, then left Jerome Bonaparte's study. Jerome Bonaparte, who watched Princess Mathilde disappear behind the door, shook his head with a wry smile and muttered in a low voice, "This guy Cavour is really too impatient." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte also got up and left the study and found Mockert in the corridor on the second floor. "Your Majesty, is there anything you need me to do for you?" Mercury asked Jerome Bonaparte respectfully. "Mocker, you immediately order the kitchen to prepare it. I will entertain a distinguished guest tonight." Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mocker. "I'm going to tell you right now." Mercury replied with a bow to Jerome Bonaparte, then turned and left. Standing in the corridor, Jerome Bonaparte looked around for a while, then turned around and entered the study again. As the Emperor of the Empire, he still has a lot of work to do. At about 6:45 in the evening, a carriage stopped in the open space in front of the Tuileries Palace, and Mocker, who was in charge of the reception, quickly walked from the steps to the carriage. The door of the car slowly opened, and Cavour, the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sardinia, appeared in front of Mocker. "Mr. Cavour, welcome to the Tuileries Palace," Mocker said to the plump fat man in front of him without being humble or arrogant. "Mr. Mocker, thank you for your hard work," Cavour said to Mocker with a smile on his face, and then took advantage of the opportunity of the two sides approaching each other to quietly put the bill into Mocker's pocket. "Mr. Cavour, it's not hard. It's not hard." The magic of money made Mocker, who was calm for a second, put a smile on his face the next second. "Your Majesty specially ordered me to meet you. Where is Your Majesty now?" Cavour asked Mocker. "Your Majesty is in the dining room now." Mocker replied to Cavour, "Let's go over quickly." Director Mocker, "Then it's up to you to lead the way." Cavour nodded slightly and replied to Mocker. Under the leadership of Mocker, Cavour quickly entered the restaurant. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was sitting at the dining table, shaking the scarlet wine in the glass gently with his right hand. The arrival of Cavour made him stop and put down the glass in his hand. "Quietly look at Cavour, Your Majesty." Cavour immediately bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Cavour, sit down." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and invited Cavour to sit beside him. Cavour took Zhuangzi steps and sat on the right side of Jerome Bonaparte. "Pour wine for Cavour." Jerome Bonaparte motioned for Mocker to pour wine for Cavour. "No, don't bother." Cava said, reaching for the wine bottle. Jerome Bonaparte immediately stretched out his hand to interrupt Cava's movements, and then said to Cava, leave this kind of thing to a servant. Mr. Cava, you are the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia. Your hands are used to handle complicated official duties, not to pour wine for people. Jerome Bonaparte's words stabbed into Cava's heart like a needle, thinking that Cava was also the Prime Minister of a country, and now he would rush to pour wine with his servants. It's really a bit too shameful. Your Majesty, Cava wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Mr. Cava, what I described just now may be a little inaccurate, don't take it to heart. Jerome Bonaparte said a prickly thing. I personally think that a country's decision makers should think about the most it is a country's current problems and future development. Small things like pouring wine should be left to servants to do. The reason why there are so many occupations in our society is not for everyone to perform their duties. Do you think I'm right? Your Majesty, you are right. Cava said humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. I just didn't recognize myself, monsieur. Cava, you are blaming yourself too much. Jerome Bonaparte said to him in a light voice, while watching the servant pour red wine into Cava's glass quietly. What's the point of not being able to recognize this clearly? You seem to be a little old-fashioned when you say that. Cava looked at Jerome Bonaparte hesitantly. After half a glass of wine was poured into Cava's glass, the servant put down the wine bottle in his hand, took a few steps back, and stood quietly behind Jerome Bonaparte. Forget it. Forget it. Don't talk about that. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head, then raised his glass, and said to Cava, drink it. Cava raised the wine glass, and clinked glasses with Jerome Bonaparte, then drank the half bottle of wine in the glass. After drinking the aperitif, the door of the restaurant opened again, and servants with aluminum trays in their hands placed the food in front of Jerome Bonaparte and Cava looking at the food on the table. Jerome Bonaparte did not use the knife, but smiled and asked Cava if he would like to hear a little story from him. Your Majesty, this is my honor. Cava replied hurriedly. Jerome Bonaparte told Cava, when I was very young, I stayed in the kingdom of Württemberg. You should know this. Your Majesty, I know. At that time, our family was rejected by the whole of Europe because of my uncle, the Emperor Napoleon, and had to live in the kingdom of Württemberg. It can be said that from my birth to my youth, I spent my time in the kingdom of Württemberg. Jerome Anamba had a look of reminiscence on his face, and Cava, who was sitting beside him, listened quietly to Jerome Bonaparte's story. And that's where I learned all kinds of rules and etiquette. Once, when I followed my mother to a royal family banquet, because I did something unethical before the meal, my mother severely repaired me. At that time, not only did I not say anything until the meal, but she pressed me to apologize to everyone present. Your Majesty, your mother is really a virtuous woman. Cava praised. That's when I learned that everything follows certain rules. Anyone who is unwilling to abide by the rules will only end up in a mess. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but say seriously, do you understand? It was only then that Cava realized that Jerome Bonaparte was venomously scolding him for disobeying the rules. The meal that His Majesty invited him to eat was just for Princess Mathold's sake superior. Your Majesty, I understand. Cava nodded solemnly. What? Do you understand? Jerome Bonaparte asked Cava again. Your Majesty, I understand that you must follow the rules in everything, and you can't be too impatient. Cava replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Cava, you just understand. Jerome Bonaparte smiled, then pointed to the food on the table and said, let's eat quickly, otherwise, the food will be cold in a while. Cava and Jerome Bonaparte were eating and talking. During this period, Jerome Bonaparte discussed the current situation in Europe with Cava. He directly told Cava that it would not happen again in Europe in the near future. Big war. If Cava wanted to, the Sardinian kingdom could target a vast colony. Cava told Jerome Bonaparte that the navy of the Kingdom of Sardinia was unable to defend the interests of the colony. Don't worry about this, we are behind Sardinia. Jerome Bonaparte said to Cava, if the Kingdom of Sardinia has colonization intentions, the French Empire can act as your strong supporter backing. Let's join hands and work together. Your Majesty, I will give you an answer after returning to the Kingdom of Sardinia. Cava said to Jerome Bonaparte. If the French Empire is really willing to act as the protector of the expansion of the Sardinian kingdom, then Sardinia colonization is not impossible. After all, the Kingdom of Sardinia still has some capital in its hands. In case the Kingdom of Sardinia really cannot shoulder the unification of Italy. Reading www.ucanshu.com. So studying Portugal is also a wise choice. Under the protection of the French Empire, Sardinia does not have to worry about being robbed of its colonies. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said, I look forward to your reply. The banquet lasted for nearly 2 hours. With the personal farewell of Jerome Bonaparte, Cavour left the Tuileries Palace. Looking at the back of Cavour's carriage leaving, Jerome Bonaparte murmured, I want to see you. You won't take the bait. Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte turned and entered the Tuileries Palace, and then said to Mocquerel with a half-smiling smile, Mockett, you have also received a lot of benefits from Cavour. There is nothing right now. What do you want to say? Mocquer's face immediately turned pale, and he said to Jerome Bonaparte in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, I can assure you that I just accepted his gift. I didn't tell him anything. No. Jerome Bonaparte replied indifferently, otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. Our monarchs and ministers will be talking through the bars. Your Majesty. Mocker immediately offered the bills in his pocket with both hands. Jerome Bonaparte held the bearer note in his hand, glanced sideways, and couldn't help but sigh. 100,000 francs. Cavour is so generous. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte put the bill back in Morcar's pocket and turned back to the study. Chapter 765. Boer, Damn Temptation. After beating Cavour, Jerome Bonaparte continued to devote himself to the study bedroom dining room, 3-point and one-line life. During this period, foreign ministers of many countries wanted to ask to see Jerome Bonaparte, were sent by Jerome Bonaparte to Mockett to block the door. The foreign minister had no choice but to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to negotiate with Walewski. The decision-making place for foreign affairs was gradually transferred from the Tuileries Palace back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Walewski has become the busiest person during this period. He not only has to discuss with foreign ministers of various countries when he is at work, but also after get off work, he will discuss the results one by one. Report to Jerome Bonaparte. A week passed quickly, and the Third Paris Peace Conference opened again. The foreign ministers who participated in the meeting drove the carriage to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as before, but when they entered the hall and saw the names on the round table, they were surprised to find that Walewski, who was originally in the middle, was sitting on the left, this time side position point. At the same time, there is an extra chair under the portrait. Just when everyone was surprised, Walewski appeared in front of them. This time he also arrived about 10 minutes earlier than the last two. Everyone, take a seat. Walewski greeted everyone present at the Russia. Your Excellency Walewski, shall we start now? Earl Clarendon asked. No. Walewski shook his head and said, this time, it still starts at 2 o'clock. Having said that, Walewski sat in the position of the nameplate with his name on it. Everyone also sat in their respective positions, and time passed quickly. While waiting quietly point after the grandfather clock in the hall struck 2 dull times, the door of the ambassador's hall slowly opened, and everyone in the hall turned their eyes to the hall door. At the entrance of the hall, they saw Jerome Bonaparte in military uniform walking slowly into the hall, and behind him was Marshal Pelissier, who became famous on the Crimean battlefield. Marshal Canrobert and Bourquet, General Nier, acting Chief of General Staff of France, and General Vaillant, aide-de-camp to the Emperor. Such an all-star lineup made the foreign ministers in the hall feel inexplicable panic. They didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte wanted to do. Misters, don't panic. Jerome Bonaparte seemed to see what they were thinking, and with a kind smile on his face, he raised his hand and said to everyone present, I'm the same as you this time. Came with only a pair of ears. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte sat on the chair that had been prepared. Walewski, you can start. With the order of Jerome Bonaparte, Walewski started the third and final Paris Peace Conference. Walewski first summed up the conditions drawn up by the countries in the first 2 games, actually not much different from the treaties drawn up by France and the Russian Empire, and then asked the foreign ministers present whether there was any need for supplements, or if they wanted to abolish them. Perhaps because of the presence of Jérôme Bonaparte, the foreign ministers of various countries did not make any supplements, and only Gorchakov raised objections on the issue of Bessarabia's autonomy. Facing Gorchakov's objection, Walewski did not speak, but turned his attention to Jérôme Bonaparte. Although the person who the emperor said came only with his ears, who would dare to take it seriously? Seeing that Jérôme Bonaparte, who saw Walewski hand over the right to speak to him, pondered for a moment. Then he said to Ambassador Gorchakov, "I have an immature opinion here. I don't know Gorchakov. Is Mr. Koff interested in hearing about it? Your Majesty, please speak." Ambassador Gorchakov hurriedly said to Jérôme Bonaparte, "First of all, the rule that Bessarabia is still under Russian rule will not change. I think you should have no objection." Jérôme Bonaparte asked everyone present. No comment. No comment. Everyone, including Count Clarendon, expressed no opinion, and then Jérôme Bonaparte said to Ambassador Gorchakov, "However, in order to ease the possible conflict between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire, Bessarabia can't have troops stationed. There should be no objection to this condition." "No." Ambassador Gorchakov also responded. Seeing that there was no objection from either side, Jérôme Bonaparte expressed his suggestion, and of course he could also say the ruling. The Russian Empire still rules Bessarabia. It can appoint officials, government, police, and gendarmerie in Bessarabia, but it cannot establish a garrison in Bessarabia, equivalent to the demilitarization of the entire province of Bessarabia. What do you think of my suggestion? Jérôme Bonaparte said to present point. Everyone present unanimously said that there is no problem with Jérôme Bonaparte's proposal. Point. Then Jérôme Bonaparte once again handed over the right to speak to Walewski. Point. Walewski made another summary. This time Gorchakov made no objection. Point. The last session of the Paris Peace Conference took less than 2 hours and ended with a solemn announcement by Walewski. "Don't leave yet, everyone. Let's take a group photo together." Jérôme Bonaparte then said to everyone present. So at the suggestion of Jérôme Bonaparte, the foreign minister had to stop and leave, and accompanied Jérôme Bonaparte to take a photo. After the photo shoot, Jérôme Bonaparte invited everyone present to a dinner party. Point. The foreign ministers all agreed to Jérôme Bonaparte's invitation, and the dinner time was set at 8 o'clock in the evening. Point. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jérôme Bonaparte left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the minister. That night, a grand banquet was held at the Tuileries Palace. Jérôme Bonaparte and Augusta enthusiastically shook hands with each of the foreign ministers. During the conversation with the Austrian foreign minister Count Bauer, Jérôme Bonaparte remembered what he had promised Cavour. So, Jérôme Bonaparte called Count Bauer aside and asked him whether the Austrian Empire would make certain concessions on the issue of Lombardy. "Your Majesty, what kind of concessions are you referring to?" Count Bauer asked Jérôme Bonaparte. "Can the Austrian Empire hand over Lombardy to the Kingdom of Sardinia?" Jérôme Bonaparte asked bluntly. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid it will be difficult." Count Bauer politely said to Jérôme Bonaparte, "Lombardy and Venice are a sacred and inseparable part of the Austrian Empire. Come on." Jérôme Bonaparte responded with disdain. "Lombardy is what you bought through the Kingdom of Belgium, so there is nothing sacred and inseparable. In the end, you just don't see rabbits, and don't throw eagles." "Your Majesty," Earl Bauer reluctantly responded. "That's it. What do you think of Silesia?" Jérôme Bonaparte asked Count Bauer again. Could it be that Count Bauer subconsciously swallowed, and then Jérôme Bonaparte replied dryly, "Silesia is good, but it is now Prussian territory." "What happened to the Prussian territory? Can't the Prussian territory be taken back?" Jérôme Bonaparte said to Count Bauer eloquently, "I think Silesia was originally the territory of the Austrian Empire. The Austrian Empire, you should take back your own territory." "Your Majesty, do you want to take action against the Kingdom of Prussia?" Count Bauer swallowed again and asked Jérôme Bonaparte. "At the moment, there is no such plan." Jérôme Bonaparte hesitated. "But in the future, I just want to ask you, Count Bauer, would you like to get back the lost Silesia?" After hesitating for a moment, Earl Bauer nodded with determination. "Of course I would." "That's enough." Jérôme Bonaparte clapped his hands and said to Count Bauer, "Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Prussia is a member of the German Confederation." Count Bauer reminded Jérôme Bonaparte, "What happened to a member of the German Confederation?" Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Bauer, "You will not announce the reorganization of the German Confederation, and then kick Prussia out of the Confederation. Count Bauer never thought of reorganizing the German Confederation. If you think about it, the reason why the German Confederation was rebuilt was mainly to guard against us, France. Now, our two countries are already good enough to wear a pair of pants. What's the use of keeping the current German Confederation?" Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Count Bauer, "And now the whole of Germany has been bound together by the Prussian kingdom using the customs union. As long as the customs union exists, the German vassal states will move towards Prussia every day. Approaching, the influence of the Austrian Empire on Germany will become lower and lower. For now, only by completely abolishing the German Confederation and the German customs union can the Austrian Empire regain its leadership in Germany. Your Majesty, why did you do this?" Count Bauer asked Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Bauer, I don't want a Germany unified by Prussia around me," Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Bauer with a serious expression. "Its existence will become a formidable enemy of France. Of course, my main purpose is to leave enough strategic depth for France, after the victory over Prussia in Austria, being able to be convenient in Rhineland, France." Chapter 766, Paris Peace Conference ends. I hope that after Austria's victory over Prussia, the Rhineland region can give France some convenience. Count Bauer finally understood what Jerome Bonaparte wanted. After a long time of trouble, the French Empire was still giving up its ambitions on the left bank of the Rhineland point. However, that's fine too. The Austrian Empire did not have to worry about the involvement of the French Empire when it repaired the Kingdom of Prussia in the future. Earl Bauer thought silently in his heart. "Count Bauer, what do you think of my proposal?" Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached Count Bauer. "I can support the Austrian Empire to take Silesia and restore its hegemonic position in Germany, and the Austrian Empire only needs to hand over a part of the land that does not belong to us. Your Majesty, this is not a question that I, a foreign minister, can decide." Count Bauer replied to Jerome Bonaparte. "I know." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said to Count Paul, "You just need to tell Franz Joseph exactly what I said to you. Trust me, I will never treat you badly." "Your Majesty, I will tell Our Majesty what you have said." Count Bauer said to Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay, we have been talking for a long time. If we don't go back, they will probably think that our two families are conspiring to do something shameful." Jerome Bonaparte decisively ended the topic. "Is not it?" Count Bauer retorted, but with a humble expression on his face. He replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Yes." Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Bauer returned to the banquet hall one after the other. After the guests in the banquet hall saw Jerome Bonaparte, they surrounded Jerome Bonaparte again and chatted with Jerome Bonaparte. And Earl Bauer was also stopped by Earl Clarendon, the British Foreign Secretary. After the two chatted for a while, Earl Clarendon, who knew that he could not get any effective information from Earl Bauer, left. The whole banquet lasted for nearly 4 hours before it ended. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta shook hands with each of the foreign ministers in turn, and then sent their blessings. When Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with Cavour, the last guest, Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Cavour and said lightly, "Mr. Cavour, I have Mr. Rerel had a brief exchange on Lombardy and Venice." "Your Majesty, what did Count Bauer say?" Count Cavour asked Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Bauer told me that the Austrian Empire has no plans to abandon these two areas in a short period of time, so the Kingdom of Sardinia will have to wait for a while." Jerome Bonaparte tried his best to use euphemism to speak to Cavour, said a word point. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's words, Cavour's face was slightly disappointed. Although Cavour himself has always told himself that he cannot hope for peaceful redemption, there is still a glimmer of hope for peaceful redemption in his heart. If the Austrian Empire takes over the power of the French Empire and is willing to buy it peacefully, then everything will be fine. Therefore, when Jerome Bonaparte told him that the negotiation failed, his mood was still a little depressed and lost. "Your Majesty, on behalf of the Kingdom of Sardinia, thank you for speaking up for the Kingdom of Sardinia," Cavour said to Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Cavour," Jerome Bonaparte continued, "since Lombardy will not be able to return in a short period of time, I personally hope that you will consider what I said to you before. The future of the Kingdom of Sardinia should not be limited to the Apennine Peninsula. There is a vast world outside the Apennine Peninsula waiting for us to explore. Your Majesty, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Cava replied to Jerome Bonaparte. By the way, there is one more thing. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered that he still had one important thing to tell Cava. I will hold a European Monetary Union seminar in October this year. I hope the Kingdom of Sardinia will not forget it. I see, Your Majesty. Cava nodded again and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay, that's all I have to say. Jerome Bonaparte let go of Cava's hand. Go back to rest early. After the Count of Cava bowed to Jerome Bonaparte, he left the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, who watched Cava left, stretched out his body and yawned and said to Queen Augusta beside him, "It's getting late. We should go back and rest." Queen Augusta and Jerome Bonaparte returned to the bedroom, arm in arm. Early the next morning, some newspapers in Paris, London, Vienna, Berlin, and even St. Petersburg published the news that the peace treaty was officially signed and implemented. At 2 p.m., the artillery of the Invalides in Paris sounded again. This sound completely announced the complete end of the Crimean War that lasted for more than a year. The French Empire and the British Kingdom with absolute superiority won this war, which not only turned the Russian Empire into two governments, but also forced them to lose Poland, Finland, Crimea Peninsula and Bessarabia. Strictly speaking, Bessarabia's territory was not lost, but the demilitarization of Bessarabia is a real shame. The Russian Empire can be said to have experienced a humiliation that has never been seen since Peter the Great, and the French Empire once again told the whole of Europe with practical actions. Even if the French Empire experienced a defeat, it was still the strongest army in the whole of Europe. Jerome Bonaparte also gained unprecedented prestige by stepping on the body of the Russian Empire. In the week after that, tens of thousands of people gathered on the streets of Paris every day, and the business of cafes and restaurants became extremely hot. The Century Fair also drew a large number of foreign tourists with the help of the signing of the Paris Peace Treaty. When the Ministry of Finance handed over the fiscal revenue of Paris for the entire April to Jerome Bonaparte, Jerome Bonaparte was surprised to find that the fiscal revenue in April was higher than the overall fiscal revenue of Paris in April of the previous year, up 10%. You must know that the fiscal revenue in April of last year was only maintained by releasing water in a large area. Today's April fiscal revenue is completely dependent on Paris's own strong influence and the income obtained. Jerome Bonaparte, who has read the financial statements, is more confident in Paris. As long as Paris can continue to be the holiday center of European elites, then it does not need to worry about financial problems at all. The cost of those luxurious mansions and streets can be paid by the European elites. The people of Paris can live much better than people in other places, just by eating the dividends brought by the elites. As long as the bread in the hands of the people of Paris is not greatly affected, the revolution in Paris will not occur again. After all, only those who have nothing would be willing to fight for their lives. Those glamorous gentlemen will not block their lives in the illusory revolution. In Jerome Bonaparte's mind, the future Paris will not only become an industrial city, but also a service-oriented city. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte once again called the Baron Horseman, a high-ranking official of the Seine province, to talk with him. "I want to build Paris into a super metropolis and make it the most dazzling pearl in Europe. Only in this way can we continue to attract more and more rich people to settle in Paris and guide them to consume." After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's lofty ambition to build a European pearl, Baron Horseman was also very excited. So, Baron Horseman once again made a request to Jerome Bonaparte to annex the Seine province. In the face of Baron Horseman's request, Jerome Bonaparte did not lose his head. He decisively rejected Baron Horseman's request, and then warned Baron Horseman that he was seeking to expand. After finishing the existing area. Baron Horseman had to agree to Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion, temporarily suppressing the idea of continuing to expand. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte instructed Baron Horseman to move the chemical industry, mainly the pigments used to color silk fabrics, to a location far away from The Seine-Com must not let the chemical industry endanger the lives of citizens of Paris, and at the same time, inquired about the situation of Paris tap water and stagecoaches. Baron Horseman told Jérôme Bonaparte that with the efforts of Société Générale, where Isaac Perel is located, all the small and medium-sized water companies in Paris have been completely merged into one concern group, responsible for supplying drinking water to the citizens of Paris. You have to tell Isaac Perel that the price of drinking water should not be set too high, knowing that the water runs smoothly is king. Jérôme Bonaparte reminded once again. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Baron Horseman patted his chest and assured Jérôme Bonaparte that the water used by the residents of Paris would be cheaper than before. And the stagecoach is also in charge of Isaac Perel, and the fee for the stagecoach will also only be slightly more expensive than before. However, in terms of comfort, it is more than a little bit stronger than before. Then I can rest assured. Jérôme Bonaparte patted Baron Horseman on the shoulder and said to him, Horseman, you will be working hard for a few years. After Paris is completed, I will promote you to be a leader. Minister of State, Your Majesty, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Baron Horseman said excitedly to Jérôme Bonaparte. By the way, one more thing, Prince Albert and Queen Victoria may visit Paris to visit the Century Fair. At that time, if I can get out of my body, you, a high-ranking official of the Seine, will receive them instead of me. Chapter 767, Abolish the National Guard. Mid-June 1855. It has been more than a month since the signing of the Paris Peace Conference. During this more than a month, many things have happened in Europe, 3 of which are closely related to France, 1 is from abroad, and the remaining 2 are from China. The first thing came from the Austrian Empire. In mid-May, Emperor Franz Joseph of the Austrian Empire officially announced that they were awarded to his younger brothers Maximilian and Karol Ludwig, Galicia Krakow, the Archduke and the Archduke of Lodomeria, which means that Austrian Poland and Russian Poland were officially merged together, and Maximilian, the Archduke of Warsaw, was appointed. At the same time, Grand Duke Maximilian also announced that he would be crowned in Galicia, Krakow and Warsaw. When he went to Warsaw to be crowned, the Warsaw Grand Duchy would also be officially renamed the Kingdom of Poland. The full name is actually the United Kingdom of Poland, Canada, which Prince Metternich gave to Grand Duke Maximilian to govern Poland. Only by provoking conflicts between Galician nobles and Warsaw nobles, Grand Duke Maximilian can truly sit firmly on the diadote. Once the news came out, the Kingdom of Prussia protested again. They said that this behavior of the Austrian Empire was a serious threat to the peace of Europe, and that the destroyed Europe finally brought about unity. Therefore, the Kingdom of Prussia advised the Austrian Empire to recognize the situation as soon as possible and give up this operation that destroys peace in Europe. In the face of the protests from the Kingdom of Prussia, Count Bauer, the foreign minister of the Austrian Empire, was about to say, "What are you doing to me?" The Austrian Empire claimed that the territorial grant this time was a matter of 2 monarchs, Emperor Franz Joseph and Grand Duke Maximilian. As an outsider country, the Kingdom of Prussia was not qualified to comment on this matter. If the Kingdom of Prussia is not satisfied, then the Austrian Empire can only express regret. On the night that the Austrian Empire's manuscript was sent out, the Principality of Posen under the Kingdom of Prussia sent representatives to protest to the Kingdom of Prussia. They demanded that the Kingdom of Prussia give fair treatment to the Polish nation under their rule. The Berlin government, which was worried about the influence of international public opinion at first, pretended to agree to the representatives of the Duchy of Posen. Bismarck, who was a diplomat in Frankfurt at the time, maintained an objection to this. He believed that once the Kingdom of Prussia opened this hole, they used a bayonet to implement it in 1851. The dictatorship will be at risk of being shaken. The only way to do this is to resolutely reject any conditions of the Principality of Posen, and at the same time, send soldiers to the Principality of Posen to suppress the rebels, and use the blood of the rebels to deter the domestic opposition forces. Now others are mild-mannered, and the Princess Regent hates him, which makes Bismarck's opinion not taken seriously by the Regent at all. In order to make himself a friend of the nation, Prince Regent Wilhelm even personally met both the representative of public opinion and the Principality of Mori. As a result, the public opinion representatives of the Principality of Posen put forward the following opinions. 1. Cancel the status of German as the official language of the Principality of Posen, and restore the Polish language courses in the Principality of Posen. 2. Prussia should end the dictatorship as soon as possible and restore the bicameral system. 3. Censorship of books and periodicals in the Kingdom of Prussia is abolished. 4. Restoration of the National Guard system abolished in 1851. From the above points alone, it can be seen that the Duchy of Posen came prepared. Except for the first point, that only affects the Duchy of Posen. The remaining 3 points are all against the existing autocratic system of the Kingdom of Prussia. In this way, the forces of the Principality of Posen are united with other forces of the Kingdom of Prussia. Although this alliance is only temporary, the Duchy of Posen can use this force to remain invincible. Point originally fantasized about being able to settle the Prince Regent William of the Principality of Posen at a very small price. After hearing the opinions of the representative of the Principality of Posen, he immediately ended the fuss with a straight face. That afternoon, the far-right and royalist newspapers in the Kingdom of Prussia angrily denounced the representatives of public opinion in the Principality of Posen for being unreasonable. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused a joint siege of the center-right, center-left, and Republican newspapers. A scolding battle that lasted for 5 days officially began. The newspapers on both sides came and went. From the metaphor at the beginning to the outspoken scolding at the end, the public opinion circle in the entire Berlin area was turned upside down. Because of the issue of the public opinion of the citizen of Posen. The Regent William had no choice but to order his minister Mandoffel to resolve the matter. Who knew that Mandoffel would also be useless? Regent William had to obey Ron's order and send soldiers to forcibly close the newspapers in the Berlin area. This long-standing scolding has just subsided, but everyone knows that if the source of this scolding incident is not completely resolved, this matter will never end. Since the Kingdom of Prussia has used the power of the army to quell the dispute, William the Regent simply tore his face and directly solved the source of the problem. As a result, nearly 50,000 Prussian soldiers were stationed in the Duchy of Posen under the order of Regent William, and the entire Duchy of Posen had been completely militarized. The fuss finally subsided, but the Kingdom of Prussia completely lost its face because of this uproar drive. Ma, who was far away in London, specially wrote an argument for the behavior of the Regent William and the Austrian Empire, and the Grand Duchy of Warsaw even published a painting in the newspaper which showed a broken house and a pig-headed man. The pig-headed man stood proudly beside the broken house, while a flag was planted above the house, and on the flag was a fat rooster. Anyone with a little political vision knows that this painting is a mockery of William the Regent. The Kingdom of Prussia, who had tossed back and forth for a long time, was also in no mood to debate with the Grand Duchy of Warsaw and the Austrian Empire. Anyway, the entire Duchy of Posen was still in their hands. The problem of the Kingdom of Poland is, as if they did not see it. The second thing came from the French General Staff. In late May, Neil turned to be irregular, the then chief of the French General Staff, and Marshal Pélissier, the elder of the Senate of the French Empire, jointly submitted to Jérôme Bonaparte the plan for the second military reform. This version of the plan is mainly to improve the various problems exposed by the French Empire during the Crimean War, and at the same time, to repair the existing military service problems of the French Empire. When Jérôme Bonaparte read the report that Neil gave him, he immediately ordered Morcar to call Neil from the War Department. "Your Majesty." Neil, who entered the study, bowed to Jérôme Bonaparte and said, "Sit down, Neil." Jérôme Bonaparte stretched out his hand to invite him to sit on the sofa and said while holding the documents that Neil gave him, "I read all the documents you gave me. There are still some questions, and I want to ask your teacher for advice." "Your Majesty, you're welcome," Neil humbly said to Jérôme Bonaparte. Afterwards, Jérôme Bonaparte opened Neil's plan and inquired about the sentence plus the formulation and decision-making power of the staff at all levels in Neil's plan. In the last military reform, it's not that the power of the staff at all levels has been strengthened. Why does it need to be strengthened this time, Your Majesty?" Neil said to Jérôme Bonaparte with a serious expression. "Although last time we have nominally strengthened the power of the staff at all levels, but in fact the staff at all levels are still as dependent as before on the decision of the army leader, and the commanders of the armies, divisions, and brigades also secretly resisted the staff. That's why I put forward the right to strengthen the staff at all levels again in this military reform. How are you going to establish the authority of the staff at all levels? Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil again. Neil proposed a plan to kill chickens and monkeys. He wanted to use the blood of several thorny soldiers to establish his authority. When Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil if he had a goal, Neil told him his goal. Can you think about it again? Jerome Bonaparte asked politely. Because some of the lists that Neil handed him were generals who had supported Jerome Bonaparte to seize power. If they rashly say that they are dismissed, it is likely to give people a feeling of slaughtering a donkey. Your Majesty, we must do this, Neil said decisively to Jerome Bonaparte. You reading www. Can't you come only in this way? Can the majesty of the staff be truly established? Jerome Bonaparte lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head again and said to Neil, talk to Minister Montauban about this. Without your permission, it would be difficult for Minister Montauban to act. Neil once again said to Jerome Bonaparte. This slicker. Jerome Bonaparte laughed and scolded. You tell Montauban on my behalf. After he finishes this matter, he will be transferred to North Africa to serve as the governor of Algiers. Yes, your majesty. Neil replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The governor of Algiers is only nominally lower than the minister of war, and he is a little more powerful than the minister of war after all. The governor of Algeria does not need to be bound by Jerome Bonaparte all the time. It can be said that he is the emperor of the entire North African region. That's right, Neil. I will only agree to your terms if I trust you. I hope you will not betray my trust, Jerome Bonaparte said lightly. Neil immediately told Jerome Bonaparte that if the staff at all levels did not establish authority this time, he would be willing to be dismissed by Jerome Bonaparte. That's good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then turned a few pages and pointed to abolition of the National Guard in Neil's plan and asked solemnly, Neil, do you know what the consequences of abolishing the National Guard might be? Chapter 768, Forge Ahead. As a product of the National Guard born in 1789, it can be said that it has been closely related to the revolution from the moment of its birth. Therefore, it was also regarded as a thorn in the side of the monarchs after the Great Revolution. Emperor Napoleon, Louis XVIII, and Charles X all briefly abolished this revolutionary army, but eventually had to re-establish them. During the period of the Kingdom of Orleans, Louis Philippe, who thought he was pushed to the throne by the National Guard, fully regarded the National Guard as a powerful guarantee for maintaining the regime, but the National Guard still betrayed him. When Jerome Bonaparte became Emperor of the Second Empire, he also hated the National Guard, but he did not dare to disband the National Guard at the risk of the world. Therefore, he can only choose to keep the National Guard from being full, not even half of the number, and deploy a large number of troops around Paris. As long as there is a change in Paris, the surrounding troops will be in the first place. Enter Paris for a while and crush the rebels now. Neil has directly abolished the National Guard in the next round of military reform. This kind of reform really makes him feel a little dangerous after all. The history of the abolition of the National Guard was after 1870. Because France suffered an unprecedented defeat in the battle with Prussia, the entire France was holding a sigh of relief and wanted to settle accounts with Prussia, so they chose to imitate Prussia, established a reserve system and a general staff system. Even in such an environment, the National Guard was abolished only after a separate game by the parliament. The current French Empire has not yet suffered the situation of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. Jerome Bonaparte doubts whether the reform of the abolition of the National Guard can be carried out smoothly. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's solemn question, Neil also replied with a solemn expression, Your Majesty, I know very well the position of the National Guard in the hearts of our people, but I also tell you that the National Guard system is no longer suitable for France. Afterwards, Neil told Jerome Bonaparte about the situation in which he sent people to various provinces and cities to investigate. According to the survey results of the Ministry of War, the vast majority of the National Guard in France are not called the army at all, but are local militia groups at best. In some places, people who are almost 50 years old are even specially selected to join the National Guard. Your Majesty, is it still necessary for an organization like this to exist in France? Neil asked Jerome Bonaparte irresponsibly, and then continued, let them continue to be rotten like this. Go on, it's better to abolish them. Neil, some things must be done if they are not right. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head with a wry smile and said, as a traveler, he didn't know the strength of the National Guard. In the future Franco-Prussian War, Gambetta led 600,000 proclaimed National Guards to Paris to relieve the siege, but was killed by an army of the Kingdom of Prussia. Fixed in place and unable to move. One can imagine how much water the National Guard has. However, as Jerome Bonaparte said, some things are known to be wrong, but they must be done according to the wrong. Your Majesty, I don't understand. Neil shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and glanced at Neil. From Neil's eyes, he saw unwillingness. What Neil didn't understand was that he was just unwilling to have his military reform denied. The issue of the National Guard is really too broad, and it can be said that it affects the whole body. Jerome Bonaparte persuaded Neil with all his heart. We still consider the issue of the National Guard. Let's start a new stove outside the frame. Start over? Neil showed a puzzled expression. We can set up another reserve army, and this reserve army will be used for training every year except for the time of farming, in order to be able to enter the battle as soon as possible in times of war. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Neil. His idea also came from Neil, but it was Neil 13 years later. Your Majesty, what about the people in the National Guard? Neil asked back. Those people, treat them like they don't exist. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and replied to Neil. However, they will also consume a lot of our money. Neil continued to Jerome Bonaparte, and I can assure you, if you did not choose to abolish the National Guard, those who were the recruited soldiers will try their best to escape to the National Guard to avoid your recruiting. This, Jerome Bonaparte's brows were slightly furrowed, and what Neil said indeed had some truth. Is it really the only way to abolish the National Guard? Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil again. Your Majesty, we must have the determination of a strong man to break his wrist, Neil said firmly to Jerome Bonaparte. Neil in 1855 was a little less compromised than Neil in 1868, and a little more firm in reform. Seeing that Neil steadfastly wanted to implement the reform of the abolition of the National Guard, Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a while, and finally he chose to agree with Neil's point of view. After all, the only way for the future of the French army is to establish a well-established reserve force. Jerome Bonaparte gritted his teeth and walked forward, no matter what the price was. Your General Staff will issue a report on the National Guard in the shortest possible time, and the content of the report must clearly state the situation and status of the National Guard in all places. At that time, I will go to the Bourbon Palace with the report and the military reform. I think I should be able to convince those old d-heads in the Legislative Council, said Jerome Bonaparte to Neil. Yes, Your Majesty. Neil nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. I'm quite satisfied with the remaining military reforms. Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Neil. I hope you can make persistent efforts. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Neil replied seriously to Jerome Bonaparte. He knew whether it was raising the authority of the General Staff or abolishing the National Guard. It was Jerome Bonaparte who used his prestige to protect him. If his reforms did not meet Jerome Bonaparte's expectations, he would most likely be ousted by Jerome Bonaparte. So Neil had to instigate the spirit of 12 points to get the job done. Therefore, during the period from late May to early June, Marshal Neil was not idle for a moment. The staff of the General Staff he quickly summoned went to the French provinces and cities in plain clothes to collect information that was unfavorable to the National Guard, so that Jerome Bonaparte could completely bury the National Guard. And Jerome Bonaparte also took advantage of this time to turn his attention to Algeria, a land conquered by France for nearly 25 years. So, Jerome Bonaparte called the Minister of the Interior, Pessigny, and asked him about the imprisoned Abdel-Kader. Pessigny told Jerome Bonaparte that 8 years had passed since the arrest of Abdel-Kader, the last formed rebel leader in Algiers. During the time, Abdel-Kader stayed quietly in a prison near Paris. Jerome Bonaparte asked Pessigny curiously. Abdel-Kader didn't think about escaping prison during this period of time. Pessigny responded to Jerome Bonaparte that due to the special status of Abdel-Kader, the place where he was detained was different from that of ordinary political prisoners. The previous Orleans government specially arranged a single prison for him. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Pessinny to take him to the education where Abdul-Kadavin was. Pessinny had to do as Jerome Bonaparte intended. After the carriage carrying Jerome Bonaparte and Pessinny to the prison outside Paris, Jerome Bonaparte saw that he was being held in solitary confinement of Abdul-Kadavin. Reading www.ukanshu.com. After 8 years of imprisonment, Abdul-Kadavin was slightly haggard, but he was still full of energy. Your Majesty, this is the traitor Abdul-Kadir. The warden in charge of watching Abdul-Kadir enthusiastically introduced Abdul-Kadir to Jerome Bonaparte. Life. No need to introduce. I know it all. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop the prison director's introduction and then asked Abdul-Kadavin lightly, Mr. Kadavin, would you like to free again? Hearing freedom, Abdul-Kadavin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran to Jerome Bonaparte and responded, Your Majesty, I dream of regaining free. As long as you can agree to a few conditions of mine, I'm willing to grant you freedom. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul-Kadavin, Your Majesty, what conditions do you want me to promise you? Abdul-Kadavin asked Jerome Bonaparte again. First of all, you must promise that after you get out of prison, you will not engage in terrorist activities against France. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul-Kadavin, Your Majesty, I think no arrogant guy can go against a monarch who has conquered the whole of Europe. Abdul-Kadir touted Jerome Bonaparte, and after you get out of prison, you can't go to Algiers. Jerome Bonaparte once again said to Abdul-Kadir, If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, Poison Under Honey. After hearing that Jerome Bonaparte refused to let him return to Algiers to settle, Abdul-Kadir's expression froze, and it could be seen that he was still somewhat dissatisfied that he could not return to Algiers. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte sneered and said to Abdul-Kadir, Mr. Kadir, do you still have the idea of returning to Algiers to become an enemy of France? Your Majesty, of course not. Abdul-Kadir flatly denied. Since I was defeated by the Imperial Army, I have sworn to God that I will never be an enemy of France. Then, Mr. Kadir, are you willing to accept this condition? Jerome Bonaparte then asked Abdul-Kadir, Your Majesty, I promise you that I will not step into Algiers for the rest of my life. Abdul-Kadir immediately assured Jerome Bonaparte. Point up to now, Abdul-Kadir knows that he has no capital to negotiate at all. Only by obeying the emperor in front of him can he get out of prison. Mr. Kadir, you have made a correct decision. Jerome Bonaparte snapped his fingers. Then, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Pessinny, who was standing by the side, to release Abdul-Kadir. But, Your Majesty, Pessinny did not obey Jerome Bonaparte's order. He was afraid that Abdul-Kadir might cause harm to Jerome Bonaparte. Facing Pessinny's hesitation, Jerome Bonaparte said with a cold snort, I believe that Kadir is a reasonable person. He should know that, even if he kills me, the problem of Algiers there will be no improvement. On the contrary, he and Algiers will both be in danger. Am I right, Mr. Kadir? Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte turned his eyes to Abdul-Kadir with a smile on his lips. Your Majesty, what you said is absolutely correct. Abdul-Kadir nodded, then turned his eyes to Pessinny and swore, Minister Pessinny, I can swear to God that I will never do anything to His Majesty. Do anything outrageous. Open it. Pessinny issued an order to the warden beside him. The warden had no choice but to take off the key hanging from his waist and open Abdul-Kadir's cell door. Abdul-Kadir, who witnessed the opening of the prison door, showed an excited expression on his face, and then rushed out of the prison under the panicked eyes of Pessinny and the warden, and came to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty. Abdul-Kadir knelt in front of Jerome Bonaparte with a pop, and said with tears in his eyes, Thank you for your kindness, which allowed me to escape this dark prison. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte lightly patted Abdul-Kadir on the shoulder and said, Get up. Let's talk in another place. Yes, Your Majesty. Abdul-Kadir quickly stood up and said to Jerome Bonaparte, Man, I'll take it away first. Jerome Bonaparte turned around and said to the warden, In a few days, you will receive a release summons from the court. Yes, Your Majesty. The warden replied to Jerome Bonaparte, His Majesty the Emperor personally came to pick up someone. How dare he, a small prison warden, dare to stop him? Then, Jerome Bonaparte, Pessinny, and Abd al-Kadi left the prison in a carriage under the watchful eye of the warden. Pessinny in the carriage asked Jerome Bonaparte whether he was going to the Ministry of the Interior or the Tuileries, the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte responded sullenly. The carriage galloped all the way and soon arrived at the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, Pessinny, and Abd al-Kadi got off the carriage one by one and then walked slowly into the hall of the Tuileries Palace. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Mocha in the hall hurriedly came to Jerome Bonaparte and bowed. Mocha, go make a pot of tea and bring it to my study. Jerome Bonaparte immediately gave an order to Mocha. Yes. After Mocha quickly went to make tea, the three of Jerome Bonaparte entered the study. Sit down, Mr. Kadi. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting on the sofa in the study, pointed to the sofa beside him and said to Abd al-Kadi, thank you, Your Majesty. Abd al-Kadi responded quickly, then sat down on the sofa. Then Jerome Bonaparte told Abd al-Kadi that the reason why he took him out of prison in advance was to ask Kadi to do something for him. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Abd al-Kadi asked decisively. I hope to issue an order in your name to the guerrillas in Algiers, who are still resisting, as long as they put down their weapons and surrender immediately, the Imperial Army. Oh no. The French army can guarantee the safety of their lives and property. M. Bonaparte to Abd al-Kadi. Although the large-scale resistance in Algiers has disappeared, sporadic resistance still exists. Jerome Bonaparte hopes that Abd al-Kadi's influence will completely quell the rebellion in Algiers. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's words, Abd al-Kadi immediately realized that Jerome Bonaparte was planning to let him, the hero of Algiers and the Emir of Oran province, act as a traitor. If Abd al-Kadi is really willing to make this announcement, then many small rebel groups who regard Abd al-Kadi as a hero will face the situation of broken faith. An organize with broken beliefs degenerates much faster than an organization without beliefs. It is conceivable that once Abd al-Kadi issues this order, there will be another large-scale defection frenzy in Algiers. Those two devils who took refuge in France treated their Algerian compatriots more madly than the French devils. However, Jerome Bonaparte's request was within the expectations of Abd al-Kadi. The reason why he was released by Jerome Bonaparte was not because of his own united front value. 8 years in prison have wiped out all of Abd al-Kadi's ambitions, and now he just wants to get out of prison. Your Majesty, I can promise you, Abd al-Kadi replied to Jerome Bonaparte. However, I can't guarantee how many people will surrender. Don't worry. Jerome Bonaparte replied confidently to Abd al-Kadi, I will issue an order at the same time as you have issued this order. Abd al-Kadi hurriedly asked Jerome Bonaparte what order he wanted to issue. Jerome Bonaparte told Abd al-Kadi that he would propose to the Legislative Council to improve the indigenous population of Algiers and the promotion of Algiers in France after Abd al-Kadi's decree status proposal. That is, the residents of Algiers are allowed to participate in the French army and government agencies, and even immigrate to France. For Algiers citizens who are willing to abide by the release of the French Empire, the empire will give them the right to vote and participate in politics. After the implementation of the act, the 3 provinces under Algiers will be completely the same as the other provinces in the French mainland, and the residents of Algiers who are willing to obey the laws of the French Empire will enjoy the same rights as the residents of France. Jerome Bonaparte to Abd al-Kadi. As soon as these words came out, Abd al-Kadi immediately knelt in front of Jerome Bonaparte and thanked Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, I thank you for the residents of Algiers, although it is said that Jerome Bonaparte's proposal respects the laws of the French Empire and the Islamic law conflict with each other, but Jerome Bonaparte is simply too merciful compared to the previous kings. The residents of Algiers during the Kingdom of Orleans would be slaughtered and exterminated if they disobeyed a little. The current Algiers residents only need to give up part of their beliefs to gain the value of the United Front. Such advice is simply not a good idea. Nothing. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and said to Abd al-Kadi, Algiers has deep feelings in the heart of France. I hope that the residents of Algiers and France can unite closely together to defend against foreign enemies together. Your Majesty, I assure you that the inhabitants of Algiers will always be loyal to you. Abdul-Kadir replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte smiled slightly. Riyadh1.com. He doesn't believe in nonsense like eternal loyalty. He only believes in interests. He believes that once a proposal is implemented, the middle class residents and some tribal leaders who live in the coastal cities of Algiers will quickly break with the residents of the inland areas of Algiers and join the arms of France. After all, only the poor will care about their beliefs, and those who are a little richer will consider how to improve their united front value. Algiers, which could still be united, will be completely torn apart by Jerome Bonaparte, and France can rely on those who are inclined to take refuge in France, to suppress those who are unwilling to submit to French rule. However, considering that the population in the coastal areas of Algiers is insufficient compared with the scattered tribal population in the inland areas, the introduction of migrant workers into Algiers will also become an imperative. Of course, the return population that Jerome Bonaparte needs must meet either of the two conditions of Catholicism and non-believers, and they must also be obedient. Throughout Europe, there is nothing more suitable than the lovely Italians and Austrians. Here refers to Hungary and Croatia under the Austrian Empire. They will become France's best right-hand man, helping France to jointly suppress obstacles. Opposition to French rule. At this time, Abdul-Kadir, who was full of waiting to be pardoned, did not know what Jerome Bonaparte was thinking. And even if he knew, he didn't have the courage to fight. After all, the power of France is really terrifying. Chapter 770, Layout of Jerusalem. With the in-depth chat between Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Kadir, Jerome Bonaparte felt more and more that the anti-French hero in front of him was indeed a figure that should not be underestimated. Being able to suppress him completely relied on the crushing of his own national strength. You must know that at the peak of France's military use against Algeria, nearly 100,000 French soldiers fought in all corners of Algeria. During the just concluded Crimean War, France dispatched only about 100,000 people in the Crimean Peninsula. If Algeria is far away from France, it is entirely possible for Abdul-Kadir to repel the French army. Of course, the reason why Abdul-Kadir was suppressed by France is not a military issue. At that time, some of the feudal priests at the upper levels of the resistance army he led had already colluded with France to provide information to France. Abdul-Kadir's failure can be said to be a sure thing. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help feeling sorry for Abdul-Kadir. This hero, who should have established his own dynasty in Algeria, turned into a lacking dog of France under the blow of France's dimensionality reduction. It can only be said that the current situation does not necessarily create heroes. Mr. Kadir, can I ask you a personal question? Jerome Bonaparte asked Abdul-Kadir with a kind face. Your Majesty, please speak. Abdul-Kadir responded to Jerome Bonaparte. After you are released, where are you going to settle down? Jerome Bonaparte asked Abdul-Kadir. Abdul-Kadir told Jerome Bonaparte that he was going to live in Morocco. Morocco? Jerome Bonaparte frowned, then shook his head, and replied to Abdul-Kadir, Mr. Kadir, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Abdul-Kadir was stunned for a few seconds, and then assured Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, I swear to God, during my stay in Morocco, I will never do anything against France. Monsieur Kadir. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Abdul-Kadir with a solemn expression, I believe that you will not raise troops against France again, but you can guarantee that no one will hit you the banner of rebellion against France. Once we find out that someone is resisting under your name, how should I treat you? Continue to detain you, or just kill you in one go? I think no matter which choice it is, neither of us want to see it. And do you think you will be treated as a traitor by some people in Algiers to the outside world? After the announcement, Abdul-Kadir was also aware of his existence, which was really an eyesore for some people in Algiers. He had to nod his head and reply to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, do you think I live in which is better? What do you think of Jerusalem? Jerome Bonaparte asked Abdul-Kadir. Jerusalem. Abdul-Kadir muttered, then nodded to Jerome Bonaparte and replied, Your Majesty, I'm willing to obey your arrangements. Hearing that Abdul-Kadir was willing to obey the arrangements, Jerome Bonaparte showed a satisfied smile. He told Abdul-Kadir that he would pay him every year, after he settled in Jerusalem, 200,000 francs as his living expenses. Abdel-Kadewin can do whatever he wants with the 200,000 francs at his disposal. At the same time, he also promised Abdel-Kadewin that he would order the Algerian side to release Abdel-Kadewin's cronies from prison. After he released him, they will go to Jerusalem with Abdel-Kadewin. At this point, Abdel-Kadewin also understood the general purpose of Jerome Bonaparte for him to settle in Jerusalem. Your Majesty, what do you need me to do for you in Syria? Abdel-Kadewin asked Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Kadewin, you don't need to do too much. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdel-Kadewin in ambiguous words. You just need to make sure that you didn't do anything in Algiers. All those things can be done in the Syrian province. I see. Abdel-Kadewin understood that Jerome Bonaparte wanted him to turn the whole of Syria upside down, because only in this way can France be able to fish in troubled waters. Of course, Abdel-Kadewin does not exclude doing these things, and he himself dislikes those Turks and Arabs far more than he dislikes the French. After you arrive in Jerusalem, if you encounter any difficulties and need help, you can go to the embassy in France to discuss with Clean. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdel-Kadewin, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Abdel-Kadewin solemnly replied to Jerome Bonaparte, okay, that's all I have to say. Jerome Bonaparte turned to look at Persigny, who didn't say a word the whole time. Persigny, do you have anything to add? Your Majesty, what you said is perfect enough. You don't need me to add anything. Persigny shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, then it's up to you to find a suitable foothold for Abdel-Kadewin. Jerome Bonaparte gave Persigny an order. Yes. Persigny hurriedly replied to Jerome Bonaparte, okay. Jerome Bonaparte raised the black tea on the table and said to Abdel-Kadewin, Mr. Kadewin, I wish you a satisfactory result in Syria in advance. Abdel-Kadewin also held up the black tea and expressed his willingness to obey the arrangement. After the two of them drank the black tea in the cups at the same time, the whole meeting was completely over. Persigny and Abdel-Kadewin left Jerome Bonaparte's study, and Jerome Bonaparte also reported to the Department of Colonial Affairs under the Ministry of War through the Secretary's office. In fact, the Colonial Department was only higher in rank than the Ministry of War, is a half level lower, because the colonies were managed by soldiers in the past, so they were affiliated to the Ministry of War. However, now because the Ministry of War itself does not have the right to mobilize the army, the Algerian colony has gradually transitioned to the civilian level administration. Jerome Bonaparte began to think about dividing the colonial ministry into a separate ministry, to issue an order to release some of the prisoners held in the prisons of Algiers in early June. The Supreme Court quashed the sentencing of Abdel-Kadewin under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, and Abdel-Kadewin was able to regain his freedom. Afterwards, Abdel-Kadewin, who was freed, came to the Tuileries Palace again to express his gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte stood and patted Abdel-Kadewin on the shoulder, and then invited Abdel-Kadewin to have lunch. So, the day after Abdel-Kadewin was released, an article titled A Message to the Compatriots of Algiers appeared in both France and Algiers. The content of the article is to advise those who are still resisting the French army in the mountains of northern Algiers to lay down their weapons and surrender immediately. Blind resistance will only lose Algiers' own strength. After this article was published in Algiers, General de Castelnau, then the governor of Algiers, also publicly shouted to the resistance forces in the Algiers region, as long as those resistance forces are willing to surrender, everything they have done before, France can let go of the past. Under the double pressure of General Abdel-Kadewin and General de Castelnau, resistance forces continued to emerge from the mountains north of Algiers, and laid down their weapons, and surrendered. Of course, there are also some resistance forces that declare that Abdel-Kadewin is no longer a hero, and they have degenerated into the lackeys of France. For these Algiers forces who are trying to resist, General de Castelnau will naturally not be soft-hearted. Nearly more than 30,000 French soldiers, led by some defectors, began to clear the center of the Akabia area. Every village visited by France was strictly enforced by the system of joint sitting and the system of whistleblowing. Riyadh1.com. Under these two powerful systems, the entire Algerian resistance force was quickly eliminated. Of course, it took more than a year from surrender to complete purge. At present, Algiers is still in a stage of continuous surrender, and Jerome Bonaparte is now heading to the Palais Bourbon with the proposal that he had drawn up to create the disposal of Algiers and the proposal on the remaining and abolition of the National Guard handed to him by Neil, to the representatives of the Legislative Council. Statements get their support. Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the Bourbon Palace, immediately received applause from the representatives of the Legislative Council. As an organization without real power, the Legislative Council only has the right to agree and reject, which is implemented in the Senate. There all that can be done is a show of hands. As soon as the meeting started, Jerome Bonaparte spoke in a passionate tone about the importance of the Algiers region and what position Algiers should occupy in France. Given the complicated relationship between Algiers and France, Jerome Bonaparte began to tell the delegates present his proposal for the treatment of Algiers, that is, Jerome Bonaparte to Abd al-Qadi what the text said. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's proposal, all the delegates present immediately voted in favor of Jerome Bonaparte's proposal. In the end, Algeria's solution passed the proposal with an absolute advantage of 3 votes against the remaining supporters. As long as the proposal reaches the Senate, it can be implemented against Algiers. Chapter 771. 9-year reserve system. After Algiers' handling of the proposal was approved by the overwhelming majority of the delegates, Jerome Bonaparte took advantage of the victory to present his second proposal to the Legislative Council. Deputies, today I'm here to present a serious proposal to you, to the Holy Legislative Council, and I know that this proposal it should be said that it will be criticized, even opposed, by many people. But I still have to say it here. Jerome Bonaparte deliberately paused, with a pious expression on his face, in the Palais Bourbon, which represents the will of more than 30 million citizens of France. Because 30 million French citizens have entrusted to me their freedom, their will, and everything, I have to be responsible for them. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's second proposal started, it raised the tone of the entire proposal a lot. Representatives in the Legislative Council were either surprised or curious, and they focused their attention on the proposal. Jerome Bonaparte on the podium. They knew the main event was about to begin. Then Jerome Bonaparte clapped his hands. Under the horrified eyes of the representatives of the Palace of Bourbon, a team of 20 people ran out from the corridor on the right side of the Palace of Bourbon, and trotted all the way to the bottom of the Legislative Council's podium. Looking at the team in front of them, the first thing most of the delegates thought of was a coup d'état. After all, the success of the Second Reich stemmed from a coup. Jerome Bonaparte completely overthrew the Second Republic and established the Second Empire by relying on the strength of the soldiers in the suburbs of Paris. The National Assembly, which originally represented the authority of the Second Republic, was also split by the emperor into 2 institutions that did not belong to each other. Since the current emperor has the absolute power in the whole of France, why should he do these things to them? Does it mean that His Majesty the Emperor wants to establish a country with absolute rule? Just when the representatives of the Legislative Council were thinking about it, Jerome Bonaparte opened his mouth and ordered the soldiers to distribute the copies of the documents in their hands to them according to the regions they were campaigning for. Soon all the documents were distributed, with an average of 1 or 2 pages in the hands of each legislative representative. The soldiers who had been distributed once again gathered under Jerome Bonaparte's podium, waiting for Jerome Bonaparte's next instructions. Okay, delegates, let's take a look at the situation of the National Guard in the province that selected you to represent Paris. Jerome Bonaparte waved at the soldiers under the podium as he spoke, suggesting they can leave. The soldiers immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and they hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte and left. As time went on, more and more delegates were watching Jerome Bonaparte on stage, and a few smart guys had realized Jerome Bonaparte's next move. After a while, and after all the delegates read the report distributed by Jerome Bonaparte said to the delegates present with a hint of grief and indignation, "Everyone, representative, do you know how you feel after reading the report in your hands? Now I want to share with you how I felt when I read the report. Report to all of you. I have read each one carefully. When I read all the arrival reports, all I felt was resentment and helplessness. I don't know since when the National Guard, which protects our country and nation, has become what it is now. Speaking of which, Jerome Bonaparte slapped the table with his hand, as if to vent his dissatisfaction. The Legislative Council, which had been clamoring for a while, immediately became silent, and the eyes of all the delegates were fixedly waiting for Jerome Bonaparte on the stage. Deputies, tell me honestly, is the current National Guard or the National Guard that led our country and nation to defend against foreign enemies and marched to victory? The current National Guard can still shoulder the French diplomatic ties. Do you give them tasks? Jerome Bonaparte asked questions one after another, making the representatives present even more afraid to speak. They could only listen to Jerome Bonaparte's speech obediently. Afterwards, when Jerome Bonaparte asked the representatives present again whether the National Guard could afford to protect the safety of the French people, many of the representatives still did not speak. No, you don't dare to say it. Now I'm here to tell you the answer in this holy hall that represents the will of all the 30 million French citizens. It is impossible for the current National Guard to regain its former glory. Its existence is of no use except to waste taxpayers' money, although not much. Jerome Bonaparte resolutely said to everyone present, the former National Guard no longer exists, and now I only see a weak army in the coat of the National Guard. Delegates, shouldn't the National Guard like this be abolished immediately and a brand new unit established? As soon as these words came out, all the representatives in the Legislative Council understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Jerome Bonaparte made a lot of remarks in front of him, the core of which was that he wanted to abolish the National Guard. At this moment, some of the representatives of the moderate republic could not sit still, because the news of the entire Legislative Council is never announced to the public, so the citizens in the Legislative Council can communicate as they wish, and some of them stood up and euphemistically opposed the heat from Bonaparte. 1. Sword delegates said that the National Guard and France are mutually reinforcing, and without the National Guard at the beginning, there would be no empire today. Therefore, France cannot lose the National Guard, and even if the National Guard is abolished, who can guarantee that the next military organization will be better than the National Guard? Do you have any different proposals for reform? Jerome Bonaparte asked the moderate Republican representative mildly. Your Majesty, I think the top priority of the French Empire is not to completely abolish the National Guard, but to make it rectify. I believe that the rectified National Guard will definitely become the backbone of France again. The attitude of the representative of the moderate Republican faction expressed his opinion clearly. Sir, who do you think should be entrusted to complete the rectification of the National Guard? Jerome Bonaparte asked the representative of the moderate republic with a peaceful expression. Your Majesty, I personally thought that the support for this matter could be handed over to the senior officials and mayors of the provinces, replied Jerome Bonaparte, a moderate Republican party. Facing the suggestion of the representative of the moderate republic, Jerome Bonaparte curled his lips in disdain. If it is done according to the Republican theory, those National Guards handed over to senior officials and mayors will be completely reduced to money-making tools for provincial and municipal leaders, thus completely losing their functions as an army. The mobile guards in history were attacked by the legislative corps and Republicans, and had to hand over the mobile guards to leaders at various and municipal levels to form them. The original plan required the formation of a mobile guard of 40 people, but only 9 people were formed at the end. But the cost was not saved at all. All the money goes into the pockets of provincial and municipal leaders. Do you guarantee that the rectified National Guard is an army that can be pulled out to fight? Jerome Bonaparte retorted. This. After hesitating for a moment, the representative of the moderate Republican faction shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, I can't guarantee this, Your Majesty. However, the National Guard is not an army that needs to go abroad to fight, so it shouldn't take on things that don't belong to them either. You don't need to go abroad to fight. Jerome Bonaparte chuckled and then asked, Mr. Representative, tell me which army in this world does not need to fight? In other words, is an army that does not need to fight still an army? If the National Guard does not need to fight, then what was the purpose of our establishment of the National Guard? Jerome Bonaparte's aggressive posture made the representatives of the moderate republic find no reason to refute. Favre quickly got up and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, please allow me to answer this question. Monsieur Favre, go ahead. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Favre, "Your Majesty, the purpose of the National Guard is indeed to protect France, but the purpose of the National Guard was to protect the Republic." Favre replied bluntly to Jerome Bonaparte, "So, the National Guard does not have to undertake the task of protecting France after the establishment of the empire?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again, "If it only needs to maintain domestic territorial security, then only a certain number of gendarmes are needed. That's enough. The purpose of the existence of the National Guard is not to allow the troops on the French front to obtain enough qualified soldiers in a short period of time." Here Jerome Bonaparte is misinterpreting the purpose of the National Guard. If one day our country is attacked by hundreds of thousands, even millions of troops, what should we do? We can't always pin our hopes on active duty soldiers, because they are limited in number. For now, the entire empire can use only about 350,000 troops, Jerome Bonaparte said to the young, and it is impossible for them to fight 2 or 3 with 1. At this time, if we don't expect the National Guard, who else can we expect? Jerome Bonaparte's words caused all the representatives present to fall into contemplation. After a while, Favre asked Jerome Bonaparte what he would use instead when the National Guard was abolished. Jerome Bonaparte told Favre that he would implement a 9-year military service system, 5 in the regular army and 4 in the reserve, after the abolition of the National Guard, in order to prevent the French reserve force from running out of savings. The problem. Chapter 772. Compromised Reserve System. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's 5-year regular army and 4-year reserve plan were proposed, Favre immediately objected. Favre believed that the 4-year reserve plan would inevitably cost a lot of money and manpower, which would bring a heavy burden to the entire French Empire. "Your Majesty, France has already shouldered an army of nearly 550,000 people. I can't imagine what it will look like if it bears a reserve of the same size. And if so many people are recruited into the army at once, it will also affect the 2-hour development," Favre said excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. If people who don't know Favre hear his words, they will definitely identify Favre as a politician who cares about the country and the people. In fact, the reason why Favre objected to Jerome Bonaparte was only because Favre himself was simply unhappy with the Second Empire. Favre can be said to have put his own likes and dislikes above the future of France. "Mr. Favre," Jerome Bonaparte responded calmly to Favre, "I can tell you clearly that 4 years of reserve service will not have a big impact. Because all the recruited reserve members, you only need to serve for 1 year in a 4-year period, and the time of serving is not less than 3 months each year, and you can take indefinite leave. It will not delay farming at all, and during the period of service in the reserve, the salary of a reserve army is only 60% of that of the regular army. Those in charge of serving can report to the military near their location." After Jerome Bonaparte recounted the French reserve system, the entire conference hall of the Palais Bourbon fell silent again. Even Favre did not expect that Jerome Bonaparte's military service system would be so humane that he could not find any excuse to refute it. After a while, the reacted Bonaparte delegates immediately remembered a warm applause. After the applause continued for a while, Jerome Bonaparte turned his head to Pius, the Speaker of the Legislative Council. He said with a solemn expression to Pius, "Speaker Pius, the voting can begin," cleared his throat, and announced the official start of voting on the proposal to abolish the National Guard. With the exception of a small number of Republican representatives, the vast majority of the delegates cast their yes votes. The National Guard announced its approval by the unanimous consent of the overwhelming majority of delegates, and then Jerome Bonaparte told the Legislative Corps the detailed plan of the 4-year reserve plan, which was also voted by the Legislative Corps with 4 points. The advantage of the third passed the resolution. Then, with the constipated expression on Favre's face, Jerome Bonaparte walked out of the Bourbon Palace with firm steps. The next day, Jerome Bonaparte went to the Senate again, where Jerome Bonaparte reiterated what he said in the Legislative Yuan yesterday. The Senate also passed these 2 plans with absolute advantage, and telegraphed to Algiers and mainland France in the afternoon. This time the National Guard can no longer escape the fate of being abolished. When the commander of the same National Guard announced that the same National Guard was completely abolished, a small number of National Guard officers were entangled and wanted to tell Tuinlali Palace, asked for an explanation point, so they went to the door of the Tuinlali Palace together, shouting that they wanted to ask Jerome Bonaparte for an explanation point. The soldiers of a battalion of guards stationed near the Tuinlali Palace were in charge of inquiring, and they were immediately waiting on the only way to the same Tuinlali Palace. When the officers of the National Guard saw rows of soldiers with Mignet rifles, their feverish minds calmed down immediately, so that they can go to Tuinlali Palace to discuss his statement point. However, these guard officers told them with a cold face that anyone who tried to break into the Tuinlali Palace would be shot and killed. Before receiving the instructions from the Tuinlali Palace point, the National Guard officers, who had no choice, had to choose to stand in place and wait for the Tuinlali Palace to send someone over to talk with them. After a while, the Tuinlali Palace sent someone over. I said, "Your Majesty's Adjutant Wayan, you can tell me anything you want to say to His Majesty." "I will definitely tell His Majesty what you said," said the National Guard officer. The officers of the National Guard immediately surrounded the regiment of General Wayan, and you began to complain to General Wayan with every word point. Due to with a large number of National Guard officers, Wayan could only feel 10,000 flies buzzing around his ears, and he couldn't hear what the National Guard officers were saying. So, Wayan shouted at the top of his voice, "Be quiet, listen to me." The officer of the National Guard immediately stopped talking and turned his gaze to Wayan at the same time. "I can't hear you at all," Wayan said to the National Guard's present. "So, you should appoint a representative to talk to me." As soon as General Wayan spoke, the officers of the National Guard immediately began to discuss. After nearly 10 minutes of selection, they found two people with the highest rank, Colonel of the National Guard, to act as representatives of this negotiation, to communicate with General Wayan. Point that two lieutenant colonels left the group and came to General Wayan. Looking at the old boss who used to be the commander-in-chief of the same National Guard, the two colonels were still a little worried, and they regretted following these officers. Let's make trouble together after all. One of them graduated from the École Polytechnique in Paris and the other graduated from the Saint Cyr Institute. It can be said that they both have great prospects. Now, it is really not worth it for them to confront General Wayan for a group of guys who have never attended a military academy for a day. Most of the middle and lower level officers of the National Guard are elected. "Is there anything you want to say to Your Majesty?" General Wayan asked the two colonels of the National Guard in a slightly dignified tone. We. The National Guard told General Wayan with trepidation that they, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the National Guard of the same province, begged His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte not to disband the National Guard. Their reason is that the National Guard is the most important force in maintaining Paris, and its hasty disbandment may cause irreparable damage to the order of the entire Seine. "Are you threatening Your Majesty?" General Wayan asked coldly with a sense of indifference. "No!" Exclamation mark. "No." The colonel of the National Guard was frightened and quickly explained, "We are not trying to threaten His Majesty. We are also thinking of His Majesty. Considering for Your Majesty." General Wayan sneered and said to the colonel of the National Guard, "I think you are thinking about yourself. Don't you just think that, after disbanding the National Guard, you may be kicked out of the army? That's why I'm not willing to disband." The two National Guard colonels were speechless, and they did have such concerns. Of course, it's not just that the commanders of the National Guard are also a little worried that they will be forced to retire. It's just that they are much calmer than this group of National Guards. Now I can tell you clearly that the disbandment of the National Guard is not just a decision made by His Majesty. It is a decision made after consultations among the General Staff, the Legislative Yuan, the Senate and the Senate. So no individual or group has any right to change it. General Wayan said loudly. The two colonels of the National Guard and the middle and lower ranking officers of the National Guard behind them both showed their lost eyes. Now it seems that their failure this time is a certainty. However, General Wayan then turned around and said, although the organization of the National Guard will be abolished, the military commanders within the National Guard will be retained as appropriate within the reserve system. Reserve system? The two National Guard colonels looked at Wayan curiously. That's right. Reserve system. Wayan nodded and told the colonel of the National Guard about the organizational structure of the reserve system. After listening to General Wayan's explanation, everyone immediately realized that the so-called reserve system is not another way of saying the National Guard, but the National Guard requires voluntary participation, and the reserve system is required to join it according to regulations. The reserve service system and the active duty troops implement two sets of military service laws. The reserve service requires universal military service, while the active duty troops require a substitute service system. So, you just need to go back and wait for the notice. General Wayan said to the National Guard officers present. The officers of the National Guard who heard that their positions might be assigned to the ranks of reserve officers immediately had a smile on their faces, and they hurriedly apologized for ramming the Tuileries Palace. Okay, now that you all know it, go back quickly. Wayan waved his hand and said to the National Guard officers present. The officers of the National Guard immediately left the Tuileries Palace, but they didn't know that not everyone could be included in the reserve system. The prerequisite for being incorporated into the reserve system is to have participated in the regular army and have passed a certain rank in the regular army. These two items alone are enough to kill a large number of elected officers without the support of regular army officers. Those officers who rely on elections would not be able to achieve anything at all. So in the next 2 weeks, the basic structure of the National Guard was completely dismantled. The reserve system is also being established in an orderly manner. Chapter 773, Winner of the Battle of Moscow. The time has come to mid-August after the two thorny issues of Algeria's indigenization and the abolition of the National Guard are on track. And Jerome Bonaparte could finally turn his attention from domestic to abroad. That is, at this time, Walewski brought Jerome Bonaparte the latest situation of the Russian Empire. Your Majesty, according to the news from St. Petersburg, the war in Moscow has been decided. Walewski reported to Jerome Bonaparte, who exactly won. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly asked Walewski, His Majesty Emperor Alexander II. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Huh. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Walewski with a puzzled expression. It stands to reason that Golitsyn's army was the victor, since the distance from St. Petersburg to Moscow was closer than the distance from Odessa to Moscow. And there is a railway between Moscow and St. Petersburg as an auxiliary. No matter how you think about it, it should be said that the Golitsyn government won. Even if the Golitsyn government had not won the final victory, it should not have ended the Battle of Moscow so soon. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski how exactly Alexander II had won. Walewski told Jerome Bonaparte that a large part of the reason why Alexander II won such an easy victory was due to the fact that the local forces in Moscow took refuge. Because Moscow was in the interior of the Russian Empire, Moscow's aristocracy did not suffer from the complete corruption of republicanism like that of St. Petersburg's. Although the Moscow nobles also had the urge to establish a republic, the surge was slightly inferior to that of the St. Petersburg nobles who wanted to kill the entire Tsar's family. Therefore, when Duke Golitsyn incorporated the Moscow Regional Armed Forces, the Moscow Regional Armed Forces already showed a negative side. However, because the Moscow aristocratic officers at that time were still on the side of the progressive forces, they were not purged by Duke Golitsyn. When Alexander II led the army to fight, the armed forces in the Moscow region did not defect immediately, but fought with the army sent by Alexander II with all their might. With the passage of time, the death rate of progressive noble officers in Moscow also increased, and some officers who were originally at the bottom were quickly promoted. It doesn't matter if you don't get promoted. As soon as you get promoted, there will be a big mess. Those military commanders who were quickly promoted were members of the oppressed class, but they were ideologically royalist. After the royalist officers gradually took control of the Moscow army, they began to collude with each other in the eyes of the special commissioner. The stupid commissioner did not care about the comparison at all. He believed that the army in his hands was still the original revolutionary army. As a result, the royalist officers used a battalion of troops in early August. The soldiers that the royalists could actually control were less than 1/3 of the entire Moscow army, and they could use even less, and directly killed the responsible their commissar before slaughtering the Moscow headquarters. After the progressive officers reacted, those royalist officers had already rushed into the main city of Moscow to announce in a high-profile manner that they would set things right and return to Emperor Alexander II. The leaderless progressive officers wanted to lead the army to fight back, but found themselves unable to fully control the army. After the two sides fought in the streets of Moscow for a long time, the progressive officers had to leave in ashes. The royalist officers who occupied Moscow looted Moscow for a long time, before sending someone to invite the army of Alexander II into the city. Fairywood. After listening to Walewski's description, Jerome Bonaparte had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte remembered that the operation of the Moscow royalists was a parody of the royalists in the early days of the French Republic. It's just that the control of the army in the French Republic at the beginning was far less than that of the Galitzin government. If this had happened on French soil, it would have been impossible for the rebels to win. I'm afraid the Galitzin government is going to be blown up. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said to Walewski, Your Majesty, the current Galitzin government has announced that it will establish National Guard army fully loyal to the government of St. Petersburg in the big cities occupied by Russia, and as the capital St. Petersburg will establish a 300 battalion National Guard army for reinforce all the fronts. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte, 300 battalions, said Jerome Bonaparte, staring at Walewski. Are you sure it is 300 battalions, Your Majesty? I can be sure. Walewski replied firmly, TSK. TSK TSK. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help shaking his head. 300 battalions, at least 150,000 people. I remember that the population of St. Petersburg has not exceeded 1 million. Yes, Your Majesty. Walewski nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Of all European cities by 1855, the only cities with a population exceeding 1 million were Paris and London. Even if I count the population of St. Petersburg at 900,000. Actually, the population of St. Petersburg in 1890 exceeded the 1 million mark. 150,000 National Guard troops, equivalent to 1/6 of the entire population of Moscow. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and replied to Walewski, is Duke Galitzin trying to drain the entire population of St. Petersburg? Jerome Bonaparte paused and asked Walewski, do you think there is a possibility that Galitzin has been Robespierre now? Your Majesty, what is Robespierre? Walewski asked curiously. Just to see everyone think they will betray themselves and then gradually fall into madness. Jerome Bonaparte explained, Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Galitzin has become more and more like to be alone since some time ago, and often he doesn't know what to do in a mysterious way. Walewski told Jerome Bonaparte. Bayer replied. Jerome Bonaparte's expression immediately became solemn. He remembered the terrifying King Daxi in his previous life, who also gradually rose up after entering Sichuan, and then began to slaughter Sichuan wildly. We have to do something. Jerome Bonaparte whispered. He didn't want to see Walewski fall into the situation of King Daxi so quickly. The civil war in the Russian Empire is at least similar to the time of the Soviet-Russian Civil War. If Alexander II ended the battle too soon, it is easy to turn his eyes to the west. Walewski, what do you think we can do? Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Walewski and asked point. After thinking for a moment, Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, I think we should provide Duke Galitzin with some support. But Galitzin has no extra money. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Walewski, spreading his hands, we have completely emptied the only gold left in the treasury of the Russian Empire. Your Majesty, there are still a lot of cultural relics in Russia. Walewski replied violently to Jerome Bonaparte point. After listening to Walewski's words, Jerome Bonaparte patted his head and responded to Walewski, look at my memory. Russia still has a lot of valuable things. Your Majesty, are we going to trade with them directly or say? Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte again. Of course it is through middlemen. I think the Kingdom of Sweden is a good choice. Jerome Bonaparte replied decisively. He planned to use Sweden as a middleman to deliver some of the artillery to Galitzin. Jerome Bonaparte did not believe that Galitzin, who had artillery, could fail again. I see. Walewski nodded in response. By the way, I remember that there are still former Hungarian officers living in France. Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski again. Yes. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte with a nod. You sent someone to negotiate with them quietly and ask them to go to support Galitzin as well. It's just in the name of volunteers to support Golitsyn, and the Empire has no knowledge of it. Jerome Bonaparte asked Walevs again. Key gave the order. Understood. Verosky replied. After explaining the support for the Golitsyn government, Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski exchanged views on other issues. Walewski told Jerome Bonaparte that he had been notified by the British ambassador that Queen Victoria and Prince Albert would visit and communicate with the French Empire in late August. To put it bluntly, the Victorias came here to play. It's finally here. I thought they weren't ready to come. Jerome Bonaparte responded sullenly. You tell Victoria and Albert on my behalf. Just say me and Queen Augusta welcome to them. Yes, your majesty. Walewski nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. By the way, when is Maximilian's coronation scheduled? Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the coronation of Grand Duke Maximilian in Galicia will take place at the end of September, and the coronation in Warsaw is planned for October. You only need to go to Warsaw in October. It's gone. Chapter 774, Algeria Raiders. October. That's good. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and nodded to Walewski. If Maximilian's coronation date is set for September, then Jerome Bonaparte may not be able to attend his coronation. Because he was in September, and there was a crucial European Monetary Union meeting. The success or failure of this meeting will indirectly affect Jerome Bonaparte's next series of actions, so it is impossible for Jerome Bonaparte to let it go. Your Majesty, if I have nothing to do, I will leave first. Walewski said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Well, be careful all the way. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand, and Walewski left the room. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte called Mokadova and ordered him to call Montauban, Minister of War, in front of him. He wanted to talk to Montauban about something. Yes. Moka nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, then left the study and went to the War Department to invite the Minister of Montauban. About half an hour later, Moka brought Montauban to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte got up and stretched out his hand to invite Montauban. Montauban, let's sit on the sofa and talk. Yes. Montauban obeyed Jerome Bonaparte and sat down on the sofa with him. Jerome Bonaparte had just started chatting with Montauban, asking him about his latest situation. Montauban told Jerome Bonaparte that he, the Minister of War, was very leisurely and had nothing to do except routinely inquire about the progress of various departments every day. You're blaming me? Jerome Bonaparte asked Montauban in a frivolous tone. He didn't want to bring the conflict between the two sides to the point of breaking. After all, Montauban himself could bear a lot of blame for him, and he is very grateful for Montauban's assistance in his heart. Your Majesty, no. Montauban also realized that he had brought his subjective emotions into the conversation with His Majesty the Emperor. He hurriedly shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Is it not, or dare not? Jerome Bonaparte then joked to Montauban, forget it. Let's not talk about this. I know you are a little dissatisfied with me. No. Montauban explained immediately. You don't need to explain. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop him, and then continued, if I were in your position, I would also be dissatisfied. Why can the last war minister be able to grasp the general order in the military administration, but I can only grasp the military administration? Why does His Majesty the Emperor ask me to do something for him that he doesn't want to do? Jerome Bonaparte's self-joking made Montauban's heart slightly relaxed. The fact that His Majesty the Emperor can make fun of him is enough to prove that His Majesty the Emperor himself doesn't care about those things. In other words, his actions just now did not arouse the Emperor's disgust. Your Majesty, this is just your guess. I don't think so. Minister Montauban replied solemnly to Jerome Bonaparte, no matter what you think in your heart, but I can tell you clearly, I'm indeed a little too harsh on you. Jerome Bonaparte said solemnly to Minister Montauban with a restrained smile, Your Majesty, I'm able to assume the important position of Minister of War, all thanks to your grace. Minister Montauban replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Point indeed, although the power of Montauban, the Minister of War, was severely weakened by Jerome Bonaparte, it was still not comparable to those generals. The Minister of War is equivalent to a platform through which Montauban can be transferred to a place far away from France as the Emperor of the land. And Jerome Bonaparte, who transferred him to this platform, is also grateful. You don't need to say more if you are touting. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said to the Minister of Montauban, and then asked Montauban, Montauban, you are not going to Algiers soon. You are the governor. Who do you think should be the Minister of War? Your Majesty, this kind of thing is not meant to be talked about. Montauban replied to Jerome Bonaparte, all this depends on your Sacred Heart dictatorship. But I just want to ask you who is more optimistic about taking over the job. Jerome Bonaparte asked the Minister of Montauban, and then specially emphasized, don't be sloppy, answer me seriously. After pondering for a moment, Montauban said to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the next Minister of War should choose between General Wayne and Marshal Canrobert. Why did you choose them both? Jerome Bonaparte asked Montauban, General Vaillant is not only your current adjutant, but he also served as the commander of the National Guard of the Seine province in the past. Therefore, after taking up the post of Minister of War, Vaillant will definitely handle the nationals together with the Chief of General Staff near the problem of the self-defense forces. Montauban explained to Jerome Bonaparte, and Marshal Canrobert was the hero of the Crimean War, and his record was for all to see. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to assume the post of Minister of War. In addition, Marshal Canrobert himself is not a soldier who particularly likes to fight for power, so he can also cooperate with Neil well. After listening to Montauban's words, Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction. The candidates in his mind are probably the same as those of Montauban. The war minister cannot choose a soldier who is too tough, because a tough war minister and a tough chief of staff are bound to conflict. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte would have to spend a lot of time just to mediate the conflicts between the two sides. It is also impossible to choose someone who is not firm enough to be the Minister of War, because a guy who is not firm can easily be led by Neil by the nose. Jerome Bonaparte thought about it, and there were only 4 candidates: Wayne, Canrobert, Trax, and Riegno. Because Riegno had already served as Minister of War, and the issue of his own age, Jerome Bonaparte passed him directly. And Troche's age is a bit low. If he serves as Minister of War too early, it will not be good for Troche's future. Though Troche himself may not really think so. Therefore, only General Wayne and Canrobert offered him a choice. Just Wayne. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Montauban, it's really good that General Wayne can replace me as Minister of War. Montauban replied to Jerome Bonaparte, the selection of Vaillant as Minister of War means that Montauban will go to Algiers to take up the post of governor just around the corner. He can finally stay away from the right and wrong place of Paris and go to Algiers to serve as the Emperor of the soil. Next, Jerome Bonaparte talked to Montauban about Algiers. He told the Minister of Montauban that when he went to Algiers to serve as governor, he must closely unite the people of the coastal cities of Algiers, producers and leaders of some tribes, with whom they suppressed the inhabitants of the interior of Algeria. The farther away from the coastal area, the more strictly the household registration jurisdiction system must be implemented. Strive to strictly control the information of each household. Jerome Bonaparte said to Montauban, at the same time, you must also be in your own hands. The jurisdiction of the country implements a strict whistle-blowing system. Strive to keep the population of the inland firmly locked in the area we have demarcated, so that those **** guerrillas have no ability to get help, so as to completely remove the soil of the guerrillas. I understand, Your Majesty. Montauban replied violently to Jerome Bonaparte. For those who are willing to join France and abide by the French civil law, you can make an excuse. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Montauban, understood. Montauban nodded again and said to Jerome Bonaparte, also, I want you to give warmth to our neighbor Morocco after serving as governor. Riyadh1.com Jerome Bonaparte hinted that Montauban could take action against Morocco. After all, Morocco was once the base camp of the anti-French guerrillas in the Algiers region. Many guerrillas immediately chose to seek refuge in Morocco after being surrounded and suppressed by French troops. However, in 1847, Marshal Biron completely swept away the large rebel groups in Algiers, and by the way, made threats on the Moroccan border. Morocco did not dare to provide asylum to Algiers. Abdel-Kadouan was caught by the French army after he lost Morocco's asylum. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte offered Montauban a suggestion that he could lead the army to conduct exercises near the border area between Algiers and Morocco to deter Morocco. At that time, you only need to excuse the disappearance of the soldiers and you will be able to lead the army to take Morocco completely. Of course, now Jerome Bonaparte doesn't want to take Morocco so quickly. The British and Western capital in Morocco is still being injected into it, and Jerome Bonaparte will not consider sending troops to invade Morocco until the capital injection of British and Western capital stops. Montauban stated that he would follow Jerome Bonaparte's orders next. Jerome Bonaparte inquired about the rifles in the warehouses of the War Department of Montauban. Montauban told Jerome Bonaparte that although the MTL 1842 rifles in the hands of the Ministry of War had been sold as much as possible, nearly 1/3 of the rifles were still not sold. I have told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to let them sell all the rifles that are in the backlog at a low price as soon as possible. Then you can cooperate with them. And also, Chapter 775, Preparations for Currency Union. And after you return to the War Department, be sure to tell the Quartermaster Bureau that they must strictly control the production of rifles. It is expected that it will not be long before we have to replace the new rifle. Jerome Bonaparte once again revealed his plans to Montauban. He planned to equip all Mauser breech guns into the army by the end of 1857 at the latest. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's plan, a slightly surprised expression appeared on Montauban's face, and then he said that he would definitely bring his words to the Quartermaster Bureau. By the way, the next model of the rifle will be equipped in Algiers first. You governor of Algiers, don't give me the chain. Jerome Bonaparte said casually. Your Majesty, is the next model still a front-loading rifle? Montauban immediately asked Jerome Bonaparte. No. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and replied to Montauban, the next type of rifle will be the breech-loading rifle. Rear-loading rifle. Montauban looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise. He didn't understand why the shrewd emperor would do such a stupid thing. The rear-loading rifle is far less than the front-loading rifle in terms of range and power. Its only advantage lies in the rate of fire and the freedom of shooting. However, what France now pays attention to is not the rate of fire, but the accuracy of the shot and the organization of the army. Therefore, in Montauban's view, these two advantages are not considered advantages, but its disadvantages are very obvious. What's the matter? Although Jerome Bonaparte knew what Montauban was thinking, he still asked Montauban with a curious expression, do you also have an opinion on the breech gun? Your Majesty, I don't think the breech-loading gun should be the weapon of the next generation in France. Montauban retorted to Jerome Bonaparte, we should continue on the road of the breech-loading gun. Then, tell me, what else is there for the front-loading gun? Jerome Bonaparte asked rhetorically. As a traverser, he understands the limitations of the front-loading gun too well. The mine rifle can be said to be the masterpiece of the front-loading gun, and further improvements will be in vain. The rear-loading gun is different. Its potential can be said to have no limit in 100 years. Breech single-shot rifle, Mauser 1870. Breech repeater rifle, Morganacin. Semi-automatic rifle, automatic rifle. These are the experiences that predecessors have given to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte would not be foolish enough not to follow the route prescribed by the predecessors and have to **** alone. Your Majesty, the rear-mounted gun also has many shortcomings. Montauban replied to Jerome Bonaparte, yes, the rear-loading gun does have many disadvantages. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and admitted, but you can't deny that he also has many advantages. A qualified rear-loading rifle can effectively reduce the difficulty of training, and at the same time, allow our army to suppress the firepower of the opponent in a short time. Just imagine, others only shoot 1 bullet per minute, but you shoot 3 or even 4 at once. This way you can have more possibilities to destroy your opponent. However, this will cause us to face logistical difficulties. Montauban retorted subconsciously. Minister of Montauban, hasn't the Crimean War warned you yet? Jerome Bonaparte's tone was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that the war minister he had chosen was timid and hadn't reacted to the future war. Shift in mode. The female president's almighty King Montauban, who was referred to by Jerome Bonaparte, suddenly remembered Jerome Bonaparte's repeated emphasis on the role of railway transportation. He realized that the logistical difficulties that were wrong in the past could be made up for by railway transportation. I understand. Montauban replied quickly, Your Majesty, what you want to say is that logistics can be made up by railways, so there is no need to worry about logistics. Jerome Bonaparte smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, showed the expression of teachable children. You are right, said Jerome Bonaparte to Montauban. Our time is different from that of my uncle. We have a more powerful transport system than the previous one. As long as it is properly arranged, there is no need to worry about logistics at all. Just like we did during the Crimean War, as long as we can coordinate the dispatch of the railways. That's why I keep stressing that your War Department must set the time and memorize the railway timetable. The decisive factor in the future war will be the strength of the railway application and mobilization on both sides. The role of the railway and the strength of the mobilization. Montauban exclaimed. The future war will not be a battle of 100,000 or 200,000 troops and a general mobilization of 1 million or even 2 million troops. Jerome Bonaparte said to Montauban in a low voice, one day where the frontal width is only more than 100 kilometers, there may be more than 1 million troops away from the army, and the depth of the battle between the two sides may not exceed 20 kilometers. It's impossible. Montauban didn't believe what Jerome Bonaparte said about the war. Even during the Napoleonic Wars, France had never experienced such a thing. Minister of Montauban, nothing is impossible. Jerome Bonaparte sighed to Montauban. Technology is changing our destiny, and at the same time making the fighting in future wars even more difficult. Tragic. Crimea is just the beginning of our march towards cruelty. Although Montauban was unwilling to believe what Jerome Bonaparte said now, he also faintly felt that the future war that Jerome Bonaparte said was indeed possible. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte decided to stop talking, and he then replied to Montauban, stop this question for now. France's next generation rifle is indeed possible, a breech loading rifle, and I don't care if you like it or not. There is no possibility of moderation on this issue. After you serve as governor of Algiers, be sure to actively cooperate with the rifle test. Yes, Your Majesty. Montauban nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Seeing that Montauban was a little emotional, Jerome Bonaparte responded to Montauban again. However, don't worry. I can assure you one thing. The performance of the next generation rifle will definitely be better than the current one, and it will be airtight. Sexual problems, they are also trying to solve as much as possible. If you still don't believe it, you can go to Morza and try it out for yourself. I think you should love it. Montauban nodded again, and he decided to take the time to go to the Morza gun factory to have a look. Also, you need to know about this next generation rifle. Jerome Bonaparte told Montauban, I don't want to make a scene. If this matter spreads, I will be the first. I'll find you. Have you understood? Understood. Montauban replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. You can go back. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and replied to Montauban. Montauban rose and saluted Jerome Bonaparte and left his office. In the days that approached the arrival of the Victoria couple, Jerome Bonaparte was non-stop processing the information sent by the Secretariat while summoning bankers in France to discuss the European Monetary Union. However, instead of calling them all for a meeting, he called them in batches to ask their opinions. The first group of people convened before. They were Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnate, President of the Bank of France Permany, Minister of State Fault, and the former President of the Bank of France, Argaux. For the Count of Argaux, who has been idle at home, the summoning of Jerome Bonaparte is undoubtedly the greatest respect for him. Although he himself did not approve of the European Monetary Union in the mouth of the Emperor, he still came to the royal meeting at the Tuileries Palace. When Count Argaux entering the Imperial Conference Hall, He immediately saw two ministers and a bank president who had been waiting for a while. Looking at the smug iron triangle, Count Argu showed a bitter smile on his face. At the beginning, I was pulled off the horse by this group of people in front of me, Count Argalx, you reading www.urkanshu.com, you are here. Bimini, the president of the Bank of France, hurriedly came to him and pretended to be in front of him after seeing the Count of Argalx, who was already on a walking stick. The expression of respecting the old and loving the young helped Argu. Count Bimini, thank you. Count Argu said to Bimini with a forced smile on the corner of his mouth point. At the same time, Count Argu kept reminding himself that at this time, the more he could not lose his demeanor. The most taboo thing in political games is to tear one's face, which means that there will be absolutely no room for relaxation between the two sides. In this way, Bimini supported Argalx and waited for the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte. 5 minutes later, Jerome Bonaparte appeared in front of them. Everyone present saluted Jerome Bonaparte one after another. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand gently and said to everyone present, "You don't need it." Then, he gave Mocha another order to bring in some chairs. Mocha hurriedly brought 3 back chairs, and Jerome Bonaparte, sitting on the throne, discussed with the 4 people under the throne. "Everyone, I think you all know, I'm talking about the purpose of your call." Jerome Bonaparte said straight to the 3 present, "Tell me, who should this European Monetary Union meeting be handed over to? Better to organize. Your Majesty, I think it should be handed over to you to lead." Fuld immediately responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Bimini, Magnet and the Count of Argalx also agreed at the same time that it would be better for Jerome Bonaparte to lead and organize the meeting in person. Then, who will be the French representative for this meeting? Jerome Bonaparte asked slowly and leisurely as he glanced at the 3 present. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.